Hello and welcome to the Frozen North. Wait, that's RimWorld. Same problem though. We're living on an ice planet. How you doing, Barb? Good morning. I love you. Today we are continuing our journey. A little sleepy, but feeling pretty good about life. I have a new hyperfixation. It's Dyson Sphere program. I'm a legitimate Dyson joke. Hi, Kitty. You want to come say hi? Is it Hello Kitty time? Let's get it going right off the bat, bud. Come here. Let's get the kitty time going. Keeping the streak going, but otherwise just lurking. Thank you, Blue. This is Tachyon. He's a hamster. Lobster? Rhinoceros? What are you? You can't possibly be a kitty. A giraffe, maybe? Mwah. Hi, bud. He's getting better about staying in my lap. Not great. Not great yet. Do you remember when you were little? Do you? You're a good boy. Okay. So while I pet the kitty, what a lovely rhinoceros. Yes, you are. Who's a baby? Who's a good baby? Anyway, so today we are trying to stabilize our second planet a little bit. Most of the time we're probably going to spend on more or less basics. So let's talk about the plan a little bit, because I've started to embrace my style, and my style is to start stream, talk about past streams, achievements, and what we've got planned out for the day. And I kind of like that, so screw it. Let's just embrace the madness, so to speak. We sent Meep here over to the second planet. We've got a problem with CO2 because we can't really cycle water on a planet that's sub-freezing. So rather than cycle the CO2, we're going to pump over just a little touch of petroleum, mop it up, and make ourselves an infinite gas storage for carbon dioxide. Seems to be a running theme in a playthrough where I'm more or less playing casually. Casually meaning we don't have any crazy goals or time constraints or anything like that. We're just kind of enjoying the playthrough for what it is. Now, we got a couple of interesting things going on with this planet. We have a cold and hot... We've got a little cold and hot dichotomy going on down here. We've got a frozen radioactive biome with a really juicy magma biome under here. Hey, Killer! How you doing? How's the new place? I know you don't have internet yet, but hopefully you're getting along okay. Hopefully at least you're keeping cool in that hot weather out there. Cheers, everybody. You know, it's funny, guys. I woke up this morning and I was like, man, my legs hurt a little more than usual. I guess I must have been just sitting real stiff. And then I remembered we added squats to the redemption. And I'm like, oh, right. Oh, right. So we look at our temperature overlay. The first thing we did is come down here and insulate right here, because betas are very sensitive to heat, very sensitive, and it's very difficult to get more of them if you accidentally get your initial betas killed. If we let too much heat get in here, these little... Let's take a look. Let's take a look. If we look at a beta, livable range, negative 100 to negative 0.1. We can't let these guys get above 0. They get above 0, and we don't get to have a nuclear reactor this playthrough. We had a slight issue with the washer and dryer. The washer and dryer not draining that great. So you bought a new one, gave away the new one because they already had one installed, and the one they have installed is not working? God, what a middle finger from reality. I'm sorry, Killer. Sorry you're going through that. So, I was talking about doing a lo-fi situation here, right? How lo-fi do I want to go? I need a little bit of refined metal, and I need a little bit of petroleum. And then we're going to need to level Meep. Oh, sorry, it's Psycho Panda. Little Psycho Panda joined our team last time, and so we've got some things going on. That being said, I might do some really odd shenanigans here. Okay, okay. So we need morale pretty bad, and we've got a latrine, a barracks, a mess hall. And that's it. And so we don't really have a lot of morale to level. No, we didn't buy a new washer. It was a part of the new. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So we've got a grand total of 5 morale to play with, plus the shift break, plus them being a duplicate. So 3 from the mess hall, 2 from interested skills, 2 from a 3-shift break, duplicate, latrine, barracks. Decor is garbage, and they're losing 1 from a grizzly meal because we've got them eating junk food. So we don't really have a lot of room to fuck around here. The whole reason it says 9 is mostly because interested skill learned is 2, so it would really be a 7. Duplicate, so it would really be a 6. So we're getting 1, 2. We're getting 5 from our room bonuses, 2 from our skills, 2 from our breaks, and 1 from a duplicate. And we're losing 1 to a grizzly male. So we're already using our room bonus. Morale needed for this build is 5. So we've got a buffer of 4. Now, it's a pretty reliable buffer, but this is going to cost us 2. And we really need to get them into demolition. Now, we can ditch research. That'll get us 3 back. So going over to here, demolition, they don't have any passion in it. So we would just barely scrape the surface. Come take a look this morning, but nothing. Oh, look. It's that game I've seen before. I vaguely remember. Hi, Emily. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Unfortunately, we're not going to be spending a whole bunch of time with Jonathan and Agnes today. We're mostly going to be focused on the second planet here, and Julie's in here as well. Oh, you know what? I'm screwing up here. We got to do shout-outs for Killer. We got to do shout-out for Julie. So we're going to shout-out Killer Jam 25. Then we're going to use the other shout-out command for Julie Pixels. Guys, if you haven't checked out Julie or Killer, go check them both out. Very wonderful people. Fantastic. How you guys doing? I know I promised all of you guys that I would figure out the community oxygen not included hot potato map this weekend. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, I became totally addicted to Dyson Sphere program. I was up until I don't even want to say how late I was up last night. It was stupid. Literally I was like, oh, it's like 12:31 in the morning. I'm gonna run next door to the liquor store and get a soda and a little snack. And I came back. And then all of a sudden I was like, oh shit, I am not going to sleep enough tonight. Luckily, I slept pretty solid straight through the time I did have to sleep, and coffee is still a thing. So, and the cat makes sure I wake up. Tack has a very, very detailed regimen of waking up an hour before I do and screaming until I get out of bed. Good times. So... all of this being said, I had that 6'd. Okay, so we're trying to get air in here more than anything. There's a cute cat on Julie's stream too. Also, she plays games, I suppose. Yes, Julie both plays games and has cute kitty time. So we share a penchant for idiot colonist dupes and adorable felines. So okay. You know what the funny thing is? I play all these games the same way. My main deal in just about every freaking game seems to be Galactic Conquest. I love this pipe system. This was so fucking cool. So proud of that. We have access, we have options, we can send the crude left, we can send the crude right, we can send the petroleum wherever the fuck we want to. Good times. I don't know what this little bit of nonsense here is, but let's get rid of that. More of Bob streams, right? So you co-host Bob streams. That's good to know, guys. If you want to see Julie co-host with the Bob, there are too many hotkeys in my life. We don't even need 10 kilos over there, so. We're literally going to send a blob over there. That's all we need for now. That's all we need. And it's toasty, so we don't want to screw things up too hard. Also, we need refined metal. Can they get here? Not allowed by schedule. So Barb is sleeping. Okay. Wutani. And there's Nightbot being a better streamer than I could ever be, guys. If you want to come check out the Discord, share your experiences in the game, all that good stuff, please do come over, click over. Also, my YouTube is back up there. Oh, wait, we got a squat? Okay, okay. Gonna hurt Nether's legs a little bit more. Still getting used to this. So I'm gonna try it Barb's way. She likes to hold her hands here. Oh, I go down. I caught myself on the chair and go back up. Okay. If anybody else out there is watching back on the VOD or anything like that, thank you, Killer, for that. We're doing squats for the sake of a doctor. Now, I did maybe 5 squats throughout stream yesterday, and I probably ate 20 times that number of calories last night just screwing around. So, you know, gonna have to get better at squats. Hiya, Aya. Welcome to stream. So, world domination is the goal. We are going to need to get down here. So we're going to do this. Yeah, Nether's going to go reasonably low-fi. At least low-fi for Nether. Butino. Ah, the names of these things. Save the ship too is fucking hard. Insulated tiles to save the bees. Yes, yes. We are on the, you might as well call this Nether's insect preservation stream. Because that is going to be our main goal. Keep Psycho Panda alive. Save the bees. So what I was talking about before I started meandering around on nonsense, which I am probably going to continue to do for the rest of my life, we have a choice. And it really isn't too much of a choice. It's more or less, where do we want to go first? Let's change up the priorities there just a little bit. Let's get that done first. We've got a choice where we start and where we pivot, and I think I know how I want to start. So, nuclear reactor. Not the easiest thing in the world. It requires ranchers. It requires a whole bunch of nonsense, but same thing with geothermal. Now, geothermal, on the other hand, I've got a lot more experience with geothermal. I mean, I guess by like a very small factor, I suppose. I've built 1 nuclear reactor. I've probably built somewhere between 3 and 5 geothermal power plants to varying degrees of success, right? So I am a little bit more comfortable with geothermal, and I honestly think we could get away with a reasonably small setup. We don't have to do something absolutely obscene. A nuclear reactor legitimately requires us to get down a 10 steam turbine setup, go into all sorts of nonsense, pump nuclear waste, deal with lots of rads. Like, they're both processes, but I honestly think I could knock out a pretty simple geothermal a lot quicker than I could knock out a nuclear reactor. I mean, no surprises there, right? So, I'm gonna mop it a 9. Let's get that done first, because that's nice, and that's gonna be toasty, right? Oh, it's already freaking cold. Perfect. Now we are gonna have to take some precautions over here, but it's fine. Good job, Panda. So, we could legitimately just do that. This doesn't have to be closed in. Doesn't have to be. What are we doing? Yeah, let's get our air situation sorted. We're not in the worst. Thank you for lurking, Julie. I really appreciate it. So we're going to get our air situation sorted out. We're coming at it from 2 ends. We preemptively patched over oxygen from Butino, right? Like, if we look at our piping system, both our lines of air overflow to a gas reservoir and then go over to our second planet. Since we're creating enough oxygen for 16 duplicants, those 16 duplicants don't have to live on this planet. We have the option to pump over to our second planet. So we've got 10 here, 1 there, and a single oxygen system. Now, is this super robust and perfect and, you know, the optimal solution? Absolutely not. In fact, chances are we're going to be reversing this flow because this planet has massive amounts of water. So there's a good chance what we're going to wind up doing over here is doing water purification, piping over a full pipe of water back there. We'll probably set up some sort of oxygen generation system here legitimately just to pump back to our main planet, because that will mean that we can actually run a higher population over there. So we'll have an oxygen generator on that planet, making use of all of our recycled oxygen, all that good stuff, our wonderful fully integrated system that was an absolute nightmarish headache to make, but was worth every second of the effort because, you know, it was. Already cooled down to 1C. Okay, fair enough, game. Fair enough. So, I was talking about cheeky stuff in here, right? So let's get a little cheeky. So we're going to slap down a large sculpting block. We're not going to put that at a high priority. In fact, we're just going to put that down at a 4 so that I remember to do it, but it's not a high priority. We're going to get a little bit of our air situation sorted out here, one way or the other. Then what we're going to do is we're going to scrub Panda, temporarily put them into Masterworks for all of like 5 fucking seconds, have them sculpt this block, re-scrub them, and then we'll get another 3 morale out of here. Because if you have a decor item above, I forget what the number is, but the sculpting block sorts it. If you have a decor item in here and a water cooler, it's now a great haul, which is +3. We could easily... What's our temperature like? You know what? Let's get rid of that for now. Let's live dangerously. Let's put down a hanging flower. There? Where is the median of temperature? No. I haven't even used a hanging plant yet this game because we went from a potted plant to a sculpture because we just keep skipping steps. It's the Nether Cloud way. I gotta say, actually, let's do a potted plant. It's a waste of floor space, but it's not like we're like hurting for floor space. I want it closer to the center, just because we got heat on this side and we got cold on the bottom here. This plant is not going to... This is not going to be good. No, back to my cheeky shenanigans. Plants will die with too much heat or cold. Statues do not give a shit what temperature it is. So there is that. That'll get us an extra +3 morale. That'll get Psycho Panda over here working good. Let's check on Ren, who is up for naming if anybody wants to name them. It's hard for me to pick a hat for you. You know what? Let's give you the farming hat, just because why not? Ren here is up to an athletics of 8. Let's do that to them for now. That'll help them learn faster. We've got 5 points into them. They're good at building, tinkering, and hauling. I completely forget what Panda's good at. Digging, tinkering. Everybody becomes a mechatronics, and on a long enough timeline, everyone becomes a mechatronics engineer. Honestly, it's quite true. If you actually got to the point where you've tamed where you've harvested every block, tamed every geyser, done that on every planet, at the end of that, nobody is building, nobody is digging, but you still have to operate things. Like, potentially, you're always going to be refining, crushing, whatever, because there are certain activities like that. Like, if you're filtering out the salt from all of your salt water, somebody's got to crush that salt. That's duplicants, so they're an operator. If you're harvesting metal, like metal ore from anywhere, like an asteroid field or, you know, meteor showers, somebody's got to refine that ore. So everybody on a long enough timeline, as far as dupes are concerned, becomes a mechatronics engineer. Now, that's not entirely true, because your ranchers and your farmers are always going to be ranching and farming. But whatever they're doing, their secondary thing is being a mechatronics engineer. Because if there ever are no plants to farm, the farmer should be operating. If there's ever no critters to ranch, the rancher should be operating. Again, loose because, you know, by the time you get to that stage in the game, you've probably already crashed the game. Now, all this being said, we need to get some refined metal over to our other planet. And the easiest way to do that is to shift some lead over there. We will eventually have to shift some steel. How much lead do we send over there? We've got 171 tons. So I think what we do... Now, lead is hot, so we're not going to ship it over right away. But let's prep the shipping. 20 tons... You know what? We're going to need at least 20 tons of lead over there eventually. So, this little system here, this is something I've seen. I don't think I'm pretty sure I didn't come up with this. Ooh, we could do a little cleanup here. Let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of you. I should put some pathing options here. Hang on. We're going to break that. We're going to break this, and we're going to break this. What we're going to do is we're going to put doors here and here. It's just going to make my life easier, and I'll explain why. So what we do, before we're willing to go into crazy automation, sending stuff back and forth to planets, because, you know, we have to establish both planets, have automation on both sides, yada, 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 right? When we want to send something over to the second planet, we queue it up in the storage bin for the amount that we want it. We're putting doors here so that after it's in the storage bin, we can disallow them from going through the doors. I think I actually have to break a few more tiles of ladder, but yeah, because I think they can get here and still go down here. So we break that tile of ladder as well. So we're going to put a door here. There's more optimal ways to do this, but I'm just bullshitting it so we don't spend too much time on this planet. You set this so that dupes fill it with however much you want. You know, you set this to a ton, 500 kilos. We're just going to set it to 20 kilos of lead. Then once the dupes have finished filling this, we disallow them from going through these doors so they don't try and come and grab it for other projects. The other way is to just not have other projects using lead queued up. And then we turn this on, put lead in here, and then do not allow manual use. They won't come over and stuff lead in here. We just allow this sweeper to yank everything out of the storage bin, put it here, and pump it over to the other colony. We'll do that until such a time as we can more easily automate things. I forgot we got fish. How you doing, fish? Hi, fishies. So that'll be a thing. We'll let them prep that while Panda over here gets themselves sorted. We're doing good on food. One of the reasons I'm reluctant to just shove Ren over here out of nowhere, we'd have to start making food, and I'd prefer to just let Panda over here do work until we get a little bit more established. Ideally, I would prefer not to have to deal with two duplicants creating CO2. We're gonna have plenty of oxygen pumping in, so the oxygen in and of itself is gonna do quite a bit of the job. It's going to pressurize the whole area, shove the CO2 down, with only one duplicant breathing out CO2, unless we crack into some ridiculous pocket of CO2 like there is over here. We just got to keep an eye on that shit. We should be pretty good to get a lot of stuff done, get our systems into place to deal with the CO2, and then after that we can just bring over whoever we want. We can get stuff going. So there's a lot of steps, a lot of things we got to take into account. Like I said, we're on a very chilly planet. Now, our cold seems to come up to about Mya, which is right at our base. We get a little bit of a temperate starting zone, just like as if you were to start a new game. So I think if we want to get plumbed toilets, we're really in a situation where we've got to insulate back here. Now, it's a secondary planet, so realistically, we don't need more than maybe like one toilet, one sink, as long as we have staggered schedules. Maybe we'll put in the full 3. But at the moment, I'm not overly worried about it. We've got a lot of things to get done here. We have them digging over to here because we've got wild food. You know, we've got mealwood to harvest. We've got excellent fruit that we can grab up. So we've got food, and our calorie count is going up, not down. So that's all from found food. We've also got these pips running around who are bound to just shove seeds somewhere or another, so hopefully they put them somewhere reasonable, you know, like plant some more mealwood where it's a nice temperate climate. We can theoretically try to get some sort of nature reserve going up here. We could try to force it in the ladder system. There's a lot of things we could do with that, especially since we have pips. So I'm not going to get too crazy at the moment, but you know, maybe we'll screw around a little bit. Let's mess around and find out. Like, we have natural tiles here, right? And we need 4 plants. There is mealwood right here. So if we do some shenanigans, some cheeky shenanigans, we could theoretically make this a nature reserve. I think we might try to do that. It's going to require some I don't know what the word is. I'm trying to use big words because I like using big words. They're fun. Some wall and door placement, right? Like this guy here, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So, because they're pretty easy. All we have to do is kind of wall in here and down here. Put a door, some doors where they need to be doors, and then put a door across basically here. And then this little tunnel becomes a nature reserve. So we're probably going to knock that out. In fact, I'm willing to go down that rabbit hole a little bit as well, because morale is going to be difficult here. So we're going to slap that bad boy down there. I don't even know what we're making it out of. What are we making it out of? Dirt? Sure, let's make it out of dirt. That's fine. Everything is fine. Let's get these done first, my dude. We're going to preemptively... A lot of things to get done over here. We're going to need a second set of hands sooner rather than later. Swings and roundabouts, ladies and gentlemen. Swings and roundabouts. Thinking about a lot of different stuff we got to get done. I'm going to put a little dropper action right here. Because we're going to drop all of our ice and snow that we find into there at a pretty heavy priority. I do not want this filling up with water. It's going to break the thing. Now, we could put little lips here, and we might do that. That slows down walking. We'll work on it. Main thing is we have air and food. We've got 34,000 kilos, 34,000 kcals of food, and none of that came from our other planet. All of that was our starting food and whatever random BS we happen to find around the map. So, yeah. Now back to the nuclear versus geothermal. I don't actually think it's a versus. I think we're probably going to start with geothermal because it is quite easy to set up. If we do it the right way, we might not even need suits. I'm lying. I'm 100% lying. We're going to need suits. But we're not going to need suits like, you know, fully set up in the bedroom type of thing. What we're going to end up doing is putting I'm thinking like right here for a geothermal power plant. So we kind of break in, we put a liquid lock here made out of, now I think this will be fine for our situation with our infinite liquid over here, but how cold does it get down here? -8, -37, -41. I have run into situations where I've frozen petroleum because it's a -57. Now, we've got places that get down to -40 something, -8, -36. We got to get on this. We got to get on this. There are problems here. Okay, so we'll probably use petroleum off the bat, but what I'd love to find and get my hands on is a little bit of ethanol. Ethanol has a very low freezing temperature, and as such, well, and a very low boiling temperature, and as such, it makes a great liquid lock substance for really cold maps. If you're ever on a really cold map and you're like, how the fuck am I going to liquid lock with sub-freezing temperatures? I can't put water anywhere. It just freezes. The answer is ethanol. Usually on these cold planets, you can find a little pocket of ethanol somewhere. If you can't, the forest start has arbor trees, which you can turn into ethanol, but that makes a lot of heat, so it's kind of counterproductive if you're trying to preserve your cold to generate a fuck ton of heat, but you only need just a little bit, right? Now, we could even theoretically ship back some lumber once we find our shipper, which is what we're looking for. We're trying to get... We've got our incoming oxygen sorted. We're trying to deal with managing our CO2. We're trying to get our morale up so we can get into the skills we need. And we're trying to preserve the bees. And then it really is a power race. If we could get down just 1 or 2 steam turbines, we're going to have plenty of power for our initial projects over here. Give us the opportunity to really just focus on developing the planet, bringing over more dupes, which we're going to keep an eye out as far as the printing pod is concerned. I don't really want to send any of our current team over there because there's a lot of work to do here. We finally got this industrial sauna working, I'm not going to say like clockwork, but reasonably well. And then we've got clay production going here. We've got 2.6 taped up, tons of ceramic. Printables. Oh, that's what I came over here to check, and I was like, oh, we don't have any. No, we do. Okay, let's see what we got. Husbandry, athletics, strength, grease monkey, gastrophobia. Abe. Abe. Okay, let's look around. Nyctophobic. I don't really want to take on another nyctophobic. I'm already annoyed at Princess Leia. If we're gonna take on a nyctophobic, it's because they're on their permanent world and they're never leaving. We can give them a bedroom. Suit wearing and supplying. Grease monkey. Could make a decent mechatronics engineer, but it's a stretch. Decorating. We don't really need. How do you guys feel about Abe here? Now, they might not be like a god dupe, but let me explain why I'm looking at Abe over here. We're going to need a dog's body for our second planet, you know, hauling, supplying, cleaning, etc. So tidying, we get that extra strength. Everybody benefits from athletics, so suit wearing is nice. And the husbandry, we're going to need somebody to manage our bee population. I'm tempted to take Abe. Now, gastrophobia means they can't cook, but we could put Panda or Ren into cooking if we absolutely need to. I think Abe's a good candidate for a permanent second planet resident. Get a little bit more morale boost. Put Abe over there, managing the bees, cleaning things up, hauling things around. And they've got Grease Monkey, so when we have them do any operating task... Okay, hang on a second. Let me look at the skills we've got going to our second planet already. Let's see. So Ren over here... We're going to need farming on the second planet. So Ren has got construction, tinkering... You got to remember also that mechatronics engineers are the ones that can build the automation. So Ren is our builder mech engineer for the second planet. That is their job. They're going to live there forever. They're going to build all of our automation systems. They're going to do any of the necessary building and changing of things. Obviously, everybody's going to do a little bit of everything, so we're going to run a small team. 3 to 5 dupes is what I'm optimally looking for. We may have more than that living over there at one point just to get a bunch of the work done, but who knows? Okay, so we've got our builder, mechatronics engineer in Ren. Psycho Panda here is going to do farming. They have a passion in digging. And they have mechatronics engineering. Like I said, that's helpful. I don't think Panda here is going to live on that second planet forever. I think Panda is actually going to become part of our interplanetary colonization crew. the preemptive crew, we land on a planet to get work done, because with them having a passion in digging, it behooves them to be on a planet where they got to dig, and with their passion in farming, they could do the farming. So they can literally go to another planet anywhere, dig stuff and farm stuff, and as long as we have somebody able to cook the stuff they're farming, we're in a good situation. And then as we level them up, they also have the improved tinkering, so they can help with operating. It's a little bit of a bad fit to have improved tinkering on this dupe, but as I said, operating winds up being a big thing across the board at the end game of any planet. But yeah, I think Panda is going to be on the second planet until it's fully established, and then we're going to swap them out for another dupe. I mean, they'll be there for a long time, but I think when we start launching people to other planets, looking at what the skills that Panda has, I think we might want to send them over there. Although the fact that they have a passion in farming makes me kind of think they should stay there. Little up in the air, but I think Panda, like I said, given that they have a passion in digging, I don't think they're going to live there permanently. Semi-permanently, yes. Mechatronics engineer. So what we need for the second planet is really a cook and another farmer. Another mech engineer is never a bad. Actually, yeah. So you're a really good mech engineer for building. I mean, mech engineer in general. So mech engineer, farmer, digger. Farmer, digger, mech, and then a mech engineer builder. Construction from Ren could be good for that initial planet colony. Yeah. The reason I think I want to leave them on that planet permanently is that they kind of hit a lot of the boxes. We need to have a team over there, right? So there's going to be a lot of construction on the second planet because we've got 4 geysers, we've got meteors to harvest. We're going to need someone who can build all the automation. So Ren is realistically going to live on that planet. Any of these dupes could theoretically turn into the colonization crew, but somebody's got to live over there permanently who can build the automation stuff in case we have to change anything or fix anything. And they've got the improved tidying, so they can also be our cleaning crew when they're not doing other stuff. Ren's a good one. Panda's a good one. So I'm just trying to figure out the skills we have to go over there, because Abe's going to have to train up in the gym for a while anyway. Ren's probably going to go over there a little later today once I get my bearings sorted here. So builder, mechatronics engineer, farmer, digger, utilitarian. Farmer, digger, mech, builder. I think we take Abe. I'm getting a little less picky on dupes. Let's check one thing real quick. What kind of water reserves are we looking at here? 12 tons, about 12 tons, 14 tons, 7 tons, 18, 12, 8. If it was 10 tons of tile, we're looking at 80 tons, which is 80 squares. So we're looking at that much water. It's not a fuck ton of water. All right, that's our buffer, along with this stuff. For how long? 86 out of 48, so 46 from 108, so 40 from 102, so 62 cycles. 62 cycles, 80 tiles. We haven't quite started, like, overflowing. This hasn't gotten full yet, because we've made changes and made changes and made changes. So this hasn't gotten full. I think we're starting to get there. Once we do, it'll start overflowing into here and be helpful. Yeah, I think we can afford the air. Harm and won't do cooking for someone who isn't going to be a cook. Exactly. I like versatile dupes, but this is not being able to do cooking is not a deal breaker. It's just Grease Monkey is like not a good fit for Abe. That's the reason I'm on the fence with Abe. Yes, it's nice to have everybody into Grease Monkey at one point or another, but none of their skills are synergistic with Grease Monkey. Husbandry, athletics, strength, none of those cross the Grease Monkey tree. So this is kind of almost like a wasted trait. But it doesn't really matter. It's that husbandry that makes me want to put them over there. Someone is going to have to deal with the bees for a very, very long time. And we want somebody to be able to ranch things to bring them where they need to be. So let's take Abe. Abe, welcome to the team, sir. If anybody wants to name Abe, we can name Abe. Let's get in here and give Abe priorities. You're going to operate first and foremost because we're going to stick you in the duplicate gym. A jack of all trades is a good starter for a new world, I think. Yes, 100%, 100%. Let's take you off the list. Let's add you to the list. That's an out. Same thing down here. Panda doesn't exist here anymore, so you can go like that. You can go like this. Okay, so... And there is... Gertrude is all grown up. She can go outside if she really wants to. 1, 2, that door, and that door. Door priorities are done there. So we're going to come down here. Panda doesn't ever need to get in here, but now Abe does. Let's assign Abe to this bed over here. Welcome to the team, sir. Okay. So Abe is just going to run on the wheel for the foreseeable future. Once we get a few more little projects done over here, we'll get Ren to come over. Probably, I'd like Ren to have like 1 or 2 more. Hydrate. That is something we got to do. Cheers, everybody. Yeah, you know what? I run a lot of my early game when I'm starting a new playthrough on like a hamster wheel for the longest time. And then I usually wind up siphoning off just a little bit of power from my electrolyzer setup to run a hydrogen generator. And that usually gets me through most of the early game stuff. And so we're talking like less than 600-800 watts of power, something like that, for a good long while. I think if we can get a geothermal with just 1 or 2 freaking turbines, we'd be sorted. It's going to involve getting over an aqua tuner, and if we do it with 1 or 2 turbines, we can literally run a single aqua tuner as a temperature regulation loop and use it on our steam turbine and our base. Steam turbine, you can cool about 5 of them on a single aqua tuner with polluted water. That's still a little dodgy. Like, what I would do is if you're like, let's say you're using it to delete heat and you want 5 steam turbines to delete a whole bunch of heat. We went through a massive heat deletion project on one of my playthroughs. What I would do is I'd use the 5 to delete heat, and then I'd make a second small steam chamber with a single steam turbine to delete the heat from those turbines themselves. That was a whole process, and I would do it very, very differently if given the opportunity again. Priority, let's go with 6 on these, and then we'll actually priority 7 those, then priority 6 these. I'll just keep shifting those priorities up in a weird way. There we go. That'll get that sorted. So yeah, I'm thinking extremely, extremely basic geothermal setup. That'll mean, like, because the more complicated we go with it, the more materials we're going to need to get over here. So let's try to keep it, I'm not going to say keep it simple, but like let's try to keep it simpler than it, like let's not go overboard. Let's not try and put in like a 10 steam turbine setup with 3 aqua tuners, you know, so that we're getting, we might as well go straight to a nuclear reactor. But I think if we can put in like 1 or 2 steam turbines even, we're sorted. Like, I think a 2 steam turbine setup could last us a very long time and would be a very simple setup to do. Hardest problem with it is it's just a lot of insulation work, right? Like, we've got our 2 Bs here. So what I'd like to do, we need to get our base insulated so we can get some proper accommodations going here. This is going to be problematic over here with this thing. Let's address that problem sooner rather than later, actually. Yeah. Like, legitimately right over here. Let's get that done. Heat is not as big a problem on a planet with this much cold, but we can see that it's seeping in hard there. So let's get a little extra protection just right there. A little temporary nonsense. They won't be happy about the wet feet, but let's get the job done. So my initial thought was, let's wall here. And I think I'm going to stick to that. I just think that when we get down here, and my reasoning for this is we've got so much cold over here. I'm willing to take this much cold into our base because we can always kind of, you see how we get this little green stripe here? We can make more of that happen. Once we dig all of this out, this cold is really not going to mean much in that way. Plus, we're locking ourselves in with a bunch of polluted water, which can get filtered. We've got the salt water over here at 95 degrees, which we can, you know, eventually tame down for some other shit. We got a lot of water on this planet. It's a radioactive ocean. So, you know, radiation in water is easy peasy lemon squeezy. Now, I do want to give our dupes some homework over here while he works on that. We had a meteor shower, right? Let's get all that dug out. And then we're dropping all of that water here, right? Oh, I notice a problem with this. We have to put this on sweep only because they'll drop it and then they'll pick it up from down here. Yeah, okay. So we'll have them dig this out, then we'll sweep it. If we just put this on liquefiable and turn off sweep, some of the dupes are going to get caught in the cycle of putting it here, it drops, they run down the ladder, pick it up, put it here, it drops, and we don't want to worry too much about that. In the meanwhile, we've got water dropping down in here. We've got 700 kilos of snow. Okay, so a little basic BS here. I'd like to start stripping out the rest of this area, but it involves more work than just strip mining. So we're probably just going to let these dupes chill. You guys can relax while we focus over here. Are you going to make my life easier, Pip? Or harder? So yeah, basic insulation to save the bees, gas management to save us from there are words, from suffocation when we go down to do the stuff down here. And then, you know what though? No, I'm going to put it here. Carbon dioxide tends to shift to the lower right, so ideally the best situation would be over here, but I like that we've got a little meat here. So we're gonna leave it there. It'll be fine. Gas management, food management, and then into some geothermal. So we're gonna need to ship over lead for wires, steel for aqua tuner, copper for radiant pipe, And plastic for steam turbines. These are all things that need to come over here. I'm kind of putting together a shopping list in my head. It's not essential that these things get done immediately, but, you know, always good to have some sort of an idea what you're doing. Let's grab this thing, turn this sideways, put that there, put that there. That should stop them from doing things when we want to stop them from doing things. I don't think they can get through this door if it's locked. I think if you have a ladder here, they can actually jump under the door. So we're going to just put that there. That should prevent them from going through when we don't want them to. Just to stop any conflicts in like what they might want to grab and stuff. Watoni. Yeah, that pump is almost broken. You have no idea how tempted I am to just like break this system down just to get rid of that pump, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to worry about it. Slowly but surely, the water down here is dropping down. Blah, 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 blah. We have you set. We have literal grams of stuff in here, so this is where our clay is coming from. This stuff off gases. There we go. There's some off gas. Better to spread this stuff out wide if you want to do massive clay production, but we've got 2.7 tons of ceramic, and that's just going to keep rolling in the background while we get stuff done over here. And you are cold. Totally understand. Can't wait till we can make sweaters with the new DLC. Oh, I don't think I ever gave a proper schedule to Abe. Abe, at the moment, I'm going to put Abe on the same schedule as Psycho Panda because they're on different planets. That should sort Abe out, although Abe might miss his bathroom break today because I did that. Should have waited. It's fine. Everything is fine. Over here. We're going to break that, and we're going to drop in an airflow tile here and put a door here. I'd put it here, but I have this feeling like they can skip the nature reserve if I do that. So we're going to get a nature reserve, and we're going to get a Great Hall going. And eventually we'll get like a proper living space for the dupes. You know, bedrooms, all that good stuff. So temperature-wise, that's going to help. Okay, so we're already in a better place temperature-wise. Since there's only one layer of natural tiles here, it was just seeping through so hard. I don't mind like a little gradual seepage because it'll start to like even out these temperatures a little bit. That's why I haven't rushed to insulate all this nonsense. I'm totally cool with these intermingling, because by the time this area starts to actually get green, this thing's going to fill up all this water and start overpressurizing itself. It'll take forever, but it'll get done. All this being said, this spot right here, I swear, it's screaming for a reactor. So we'll need diamond as well. We don't... no, yeah, we could use steel for a spike, but realistically, I want to probably... we'll see how much diamond we have. How much diamond do we have on the other planet? 18 tons. Yeah, no, we'll probably use steel. It's a lot easier to come by. Rust. We're going to have to melt some rust at one point. So what we're going to need to do, and I'm going to draw this because you can't access this. We'll just use regular tiles, right? But the idea is we're going to set up a thermal spike. So pretend these tiles are steel or diamond, right? So the abyssalite right there. So what we would do is we would bring these down to here. like that. Probably even be able to do that. And then we would put, and this would be ladders, made of obsidian optimally, right? And behind this, we would put temperature shift plates. Doesn't even matter what we make them out of, you know, for this example. We'd put in like a temp shift plate, etc., right? So that would pull the temperature up. Now, the reason we're doing it this way is we want to have access from the side so that when this solidifies, we can actually come in here and dig this down and keep pushing it downward further and further into it. That's why we're doing it with an access point. So what's going to happen is this thing's going to come up to, like, there. And that's probably all we realistically need, right? I mean, hell, we could just do a spike here like that. This doesn't have to be a part of the spike. This is enough of a spike to do the job. Just so long as we have, like, proper temperature shift plates. Yeah, we might make it easy on ourselves that way. We don't have to go ham on this because we can eventually switch to geothermal, right? Also, we could kind of... come right in through here, because we should be able... What's the temperature on the abyssalite? Not amazing. Alright, never mind. I do want to go a little bit taller than that, so to there. So what'll happen is we'll wind up... with a vacuum lock, and these will be insulated tiles, these two, right? Actually, no, not like that. Not like that. These will be insulated tiles. We could probably come up with a healthier looking way of doing that. There we go. So this is going to be our access point. This is going to be insulated, insulated, insulated. In fact, this is probably going to stay abyssalite unless that's a molten abyssalite. Yeah, we're going to leave this abyssalite, but for illustration purposes and for the sake of being reasonably clear, let's actually use insulated tiles on this design. So boop, 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 right? Now what happens is up here we're going to build our steam chamber. So what we need is a thermal injector. We're going to use a steel door for that. Right now we don't have steel, so we're going to do that. Same thing with like this. And then that goes there. Something like that, right? And we'll need insulated tiles there. So this is now our thermal spike. We'll have a little blob of liquid here. We'll have a little blob of liquid here. This is going to have to be ethanol so it doesn't freeze. We might double this up just for super safety sake since we're dealing with magma. And realistically, I'm going to put in a block here when we don't need access to this, so that if anything goes wrong, there's an insulated tile there. Blah blah blah, etc., etc. Save the bees. Yes, save the bees. We're working on it. Panda's working on it, nice and quick, over here. We need to get all of this stuff dug up. We need to get more morale going because. If we don't get more morale, we can't get Panda leveled into the skills we need. So that's why I put down this nature sign. I'm going to put a door there, see how large this room is, and then chop with blocks accordingly. I'm pretty sure I can just put a door here and we'll achieve the goal of a temporary nature reserve. That'll give us the morale we need to make some moves. But we're planning our power grid while we're doing this. Meanwhile, when we come in here, we're going to wall insulation probably all the way down here. Save the bees status, right? That way none of our shenanigans over here is going to interfere with these guys. If we discover more bees over on this side of the map, we can save them, but there's ways to kind of force bees to make new nests. We'll noodle with that. I'll have to research some stuff. All of this being what it is, that means that this is where our steam chamber is going to be. So if we go into power, we don't actually have anything to represent the steam turbines, but they are 5 wide, right? So realistically, it's going to be that by that for a minimum sized steam room, right? And then, no more and then. I'm going to want to bring in... So let me explain what I'm thinking here. We're going to want heavy watt wire to get in here. I'm thinking this side. Maybe this side just to make it easier. Yeah, probably this side to make it easier. Well, no, we need access to the steam room, right? So we're probably going to put that there. And then we're going to do a whole... Yeah, it's going to be awkward, but that's going to be the entrance to our steam room. Very small steam turbine steam room. And then what we'll have to do is get this end vacuumed out. And do that. And that will get our power into and out of our steam room. And we'll put 2 turbines up here. 2 turbines, if they're running at full blast, is 1600. We're not going to need 1600 for that long. So this creates a nice little thermal spike situation that we can use. This is a vacuum, by the way. Like, well, it has to be a vacuum the way we're going to do it. Right. So what's going to happen is we're going to put a suit dock here. A suit dock, liquid lock, ladder system that comes down to access this situation. And if we do this right, this should work. We put an aqua tuner here-ish, just to keep it off of the thermal plate. We put a... We're going to end up needing to put a battery in here. A single smart battery made of steel should do us. Basically, we're going to recycle heat. Wasteland! I wish you all from the bottom of my heart an evening. Playing some abiotic factor and lurking. Sounds good, Wasteland. Thank you so much for the lurk. Much appreciated. Hope you have an amazing night playing your game, doing your thing. You know me. I'm going to be here for the next 5 hours or so, messing with stuff. We're currently working on a design for a geothermal power plant for our second planet. Now, I've gone really ham on the geothermal power plants, but this is legitimately just how we're going to get our starter power going. The reason this works is that then when we need to distribute power places, shouldn't even need heavy watt, but do we go straight to heavy watt conductive? I feel like we might as well go straight to heavy watt conductive. Not that it matters for illustration points, because all this has got to get deleted anyway. But, you know, just... we can't even draw heavy watt conductive. So we'll draw with this. So what we can do with this is then the steam turbines are 3 tall, right? So like that. Then what we do is we can grab any tile, this tile... And we can go across here, and we can go in here, and we can grab power transformers. And then this can come up, hit the power transformers, and we can distribute power wherever we need to. Actually, let me think about something here. So let's say we put an aqua tuner here with a sensor here. We could, in theory, make the steam turbines out of steel, just to get flagrant with our use of steel. At least our first two. And we could legitimately, like, go boop, boop with steel transformers. That gets us a full conductive wire. And then, no more and then. And then we would put it would be a smart battery, but the smart battery would go there. All of that made out of steel. Then we have a thermal sensor here. Okay, yeah, I think this is a good design for a mini power plant. Like I said, if we go too ham, we might as well go straight to a nuclear reactor, but I want to get something going here. So, the smart battery connects to the steam turbines, right? And so we're going to want to fail safe. So basically, this battery is going to say... So we're going to wind up with an OR gate. So... Or no, an AND gate. If this battery is below 50% and the temperature in here is below 160 degrees, this door will close. The vacuum in here will get turned into... The vacuum will be a door now instead of a vacuum, and any of the heat from this spike will get transferred through the door, through these tiles, into this room, increasing the temperature of the steam and pushing the steam turbines, thereby charging the battery. And so this setup... Oh, there are meteors going off. And the meteors on this planet do damage, but they're also uranium. So, you know, we've got good things going on here. Good things. Always good to have uranium. Ham and cheese are both tasty together, though. Right, right. I don't know what we're talking about, but yes. Okay. I'm going to do a little window shift S. Capture this thought process. And then go and send it to myself in Discord. That way we can cancel it and not have problems with accidentally making this happen. But this is going to be the design for our power plant. Let's get that built. Go Panda. Go banana. What do we got? We've got... ...124 tiles. So legitimately, all we have to do to get a nature reserve for morale's sake is drop a door in right there. I'm going to leave as many natural sources of food as possible. Just want to try and maximize airflow here. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. We don't pick those plants. They stay there. Now, what we should see as soon as that door is built is this become a nature reserve. There it is, nature reserve. Now, our dupes will be forced to go through there every time they leave the core base to do something. I suppose if we don't have any jobs and they just mill around in here, they might get stressed from boredom. Too ham. Yeah. They call me Too Ham. That's my rapper name. No, actually my rapper name is I See Voices. Not rapper, more producer name. So I think most people here on a regular basis know that I used to do music production as my primary source of income. Now I do nothing as my primary source of income. I kid, I stream. Um, so when you produce music, you work on stuff even if it's stuff you're not really into. I'm not a big fan of hip hop or rap or that type of music in general. I'm not against any music by genre as a rule. If I like something, I like it. There's that old saying, I don't know art, I know what I like, and that's how I feel a lot about music. It doesn't matter to me what the music is if I enjoy it. I don't find myself regularly enjoying rap and hip hop and R&B, but that doesn't mean that there aren't those type of bands out there or those type of artists out there that I don't enjoy. Liquefiable, crushed ice, ice, and snow. I want to put this. Let's say I want to get that over there ASAP. I don't want any melting shit in the wrong places. We're going to dump it up here in our water because we don't have a lot of water dialed in here. What was I talking about? But as a music producer in the greater Los Angeles area, I did spend a lot of time working with rap and hip-hop artists, some of which are really good friends of mine. And I can't move you because we don't have ranching. I am going... You know what? Murder is on the menu. Pardon me. So, one time I'm hanging out with some friends, recording some of their rap. I might have even been doing stuff like I wound up doing some guest vocals on some songs and stuff. Nothing anybody would know, just some local nonsense, blah blah blah. Did I hear murder? Man, I love murder. Only in Minecraft. There I go killing again in Minecraft. What are you doing? You are broken, sir. Stop being broken. Gotcha. So they were all like, "Hey, what's your producer name?" And I'm like, "I don't know, dude. I'm in metal. We just go by our names. We don't have like, whatever. We don't have like pseudonyms. Nowadays I'd be Nethercloud, of course, because Nethercloud is my preferred name. But they were like, you need to have a producer name. I mean, you're producing hip hop, so you need to have a producer name. And I was like, okay, cool. Well, we'll figure that out whenever, right? And so we're messing around one night, and I go to edit their vocals, and I'm not even listening. I'm just looking at the waveforms, and I'm just like clack, 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 just like going crazy on the keyboard and mouse, chopping things together. And they're like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm editing vocals." They're like, "Don't you need to listen?" And I'm like, "No, I can see it. The waveform shows me exactly what you're doing." And they're like, "You see the voices in that waveform?" I was like, "Yeah, I see voices." And they're like, "That's your producer name. The letter I, the letter C, and voices, pronounced icy voices. So it could be I see voices or icy like cold." So they were like, you want it to be a little ambiguous, so like it could be interpreted, blah, whatever nonsense, whatever. So officially, as far as hip hop and rap, yeah, instead of I see dead people, it's I see voices. And so, that's that story, for whatever nonsensical value that puts into it. All right, I'm gonna let you move all that. I'd prefer it not melt where it is. In the rim, it's I see food. That's a fire name, though. Thank you, Wasteland. I appreciate it. Like I said, I didn't come up with it, but damn it, I made the same mistake. Sweep only. There we go. We get all that stuff going. All right, now where are we going to put our infinite gas storage? I keep looking right here. Like I want to put insulated tiles under the bathroom. So I'm feeling like we might as well build insulated chambers for our gas over here. We may need to go that way, though. Those moments where you're, like, trying to think ahead. You know, like, what is going to be in the way? Like, if I put infinite gas storage, because it would be... This would be insulated, that would be insulated. It would be too wide internally. And it would be that. So it would take up that space for carbon dioxide, right? Actually, it might not even wind up being carbon dioxide because we're not going to do like a full-on robust filtration, blah, 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 blah system. In fact, we don't even necessarily need to get into having 2 pumps in there. I think this is just going to be temporary storage, right? So we could do something... Has to be 4 wide. We need 2 tile, 1, 2 for this pump, then that. So we could do a 4x5 box right there. And that would be our jam. For some reason, I like that. I don't know why I like that. Just visually pleasing. So let's run with it. All right. Yeah. That is a just-in-case pump. Should I try and... Our lead's going to be coming over here very soon, so let's do that. That's 2 kilos, 1.5 kilos. That is perfect. Okay, we're not even going to worry about the other situation there. So yeah, let's gas pump. Yeah, we'll wait for our lead to come over so that we can run a conductive wire, just because the rest of the base is conductive wire and I don't want to have to transformer down to regular wire at any point. We're going to ship over lead to do our wiring so we don't have to go through that interim situation. That being said, we can still get our gas pipe in place. I'm going to say we're just going to run it right there. And then same thing, we're going to run this out to here. Do we want to run this insulated? I think we want to run this insulated. It's a lot more work, but I don't want to. No, screw it. I don't want to put that much work into it. This is just a temporary solution. And then priority 6 on that. Alright, they're getting all the snow and ice out of the way so we don't have any problems with liquid. That is actually an argument to put airflow tiles here. Yeah, or... We'll worry about that in a second. We'll either put airflow tiles across here, or we'll put like a lip on either side. I think airflow tiles will make it smoother for movement for a little while. Oh, yeah, I should probably check on our newest addition to the team. Abe is running, and Ren is running. Again, they can be named anytime anybody wants to name them up. We've got... Oh, we've actually got petroleum in here. I want to watch that work. So there's a little bit of petroleum coming in from our molten slicksters, right? And that petroleum gets pushed up here. So our yes, well, of course our system is working. It's an active system using power instead of trickery. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. So we've got a full pipe of crude coming up here for the most part. Any excess crude comes up this pipe. Any petroleum that finds its way down there winds up getting pushed here. And any nonsense that happens to get into the pipe system, like let's say we wind up with some water, or polluted water, or whatever, that gets dumped over here for future Nether to deal with in a manual way. It's actually pretty freaking cool. The system is working. Our ranches. 8. 9. Idiots. 3 is what that's supposed to be. Alright, so ranches are full. I think I just pay too much attention to the ranches because I'm always worried about them breaking. More printables already. No on the dupes. Ooh, we're going to print an arbor acorn over here, guys. Alright, I know the side project we're working on over here. Since we have an arbor acorn now over here, and I don't have to ship one from the other planet. Are you going to die yet? 82 years old. 150. You know what? They're crowded, so let's kill you. You're the wild one. Hang on, hang on. How old are you? 136 years old, tame. You're gone. You are tame. 11 years old. I want you gone as well. We only want the wild one in here. Ooh, cuddle pip. Aya, this is what a cuddle pip looks like. Are you gonna die yet? Yep, absolutely. Cuddle pip, cuddle pip, cuddle pip! Okay, so all these pips are wild. That long hair slickster is wild. There's a lot of beauty. Nobody's crowded anymore. Excellent situation, right? Fantastic. The reason I was excited about the arbor acorn is it means we can start bringing our pip ranch online. Which isn't super necessary. We might want more radiant pipe there. Let me take a look at our... Oh yeah, we were gonna replace. We're gonna move this liquid reservoir. Is what we were gonna do. 27 degrees. This is coming back in at 27.6. What is our cooling loop coming out at? 13. It's coming out at 13 and coming back at 27.6. Pretty sure the aqua tuner pulls 14. Yeah, which makes sense. We legitimately might have to put in a second aqua tuner for our base cooling loop because we're pushing it on a lot of stuff. 1.4. Yeah, you know what? We're not at a loss for resources. Okay, so you know what? You know what? Hang on. This gives us an interesting opportunity, right? Let's let's take this opportunity to change this up a little bit, right? And that'll go like that, too. Okay. Theoretically, we could actually put that in place. Because it should continue to overflow. I'll wait on that. We're going to change this so it comes in, overflows downward, goes this way, goes up here, goes this way, overflows downward, and then back out. How much is insulated pipe, actually? 400. I'd love to make the part that's in the steam room out of ceramic. We'll let them build this as is. We do still have that little bit of polluted oxygen finding its way in here, so I guess this system is just never going to become obsolete. Have a wonderful stream, a great evening later, and see everyone. They are working on water problem we are having at the moment. All right, good luck. Good luck. I was really hoping for you that when you get into the new place, you wouldn't have things going on like that, but at least they're getting it sorted as you're in. We'll let these guys build this. Let's get back over to our second planet. Yeah. So earlier I touched on a thought, and I never actually finished my thought, and that was that I realized that I play almost every game the same way. Basically, I think the reason I'm so addicted to Dyson is once I got over the fact that you got to move the little guy around. Yeah, keep us posted for sure, Killer. It more or less is exactly the play style I have, right? So, literally, you guys have seen me post the title of Ani streams like prepping for galactic conquest, because my goal in Ani is very like, when I'm playing a quote-unquote casual playthrough, like this playthrough, if and when we retire it from stream, is probably going to end up being my off-stream fuck-around world, because this is going in the exact right direction that I want a game to go for me to just hang out and mess around. Basically, I want to get to the other planets and set them up as mining facilities. Like, my ideal situation for this planet is to have a team of 3 to 5 dupes, good power from geothermal and or nuclear, and to have all of these water geysers tapped and being purified. The and then everything here, and then have the meteors harvested, set up a harvesting system for the meteors. We don't need to launch rockets from this planet. We're going to launch rockets from our main planet. So much like the previous playthrough where I did something similar to this, different planets, same thought process. This place event essentially becomes a mining outpost. We have a small team there to like make sure things don't go wrong, do upgrades, changes, adjustments, etc. And everything that's not needed here, including all the minerals that we dig out, minus a good chunk of them, like... Did I break the nature reserve? No, nature reserve's here. Nature reserve's good. So the idea would be this planet is a mining outpost, and then every other planet in the universe is a mining outpost, if at all possible, fully automated with zero crew or a single dupe there to maintain. And then all of the resources being pumped back to our homeworld. Now, you could make the argument that no world is a homeworld, every world just has its purpose, but we started here, right? So you wind up having an affinity for your starting planet. And this place, ooh. Alright, let's get all that swept to where it needs to go. It probably means there's going to wind up being water dripped all over the place. So, you know, we'll let it be what it is. So basically, my whole concept of this playthrough, and any playthrough in a lot of games I play, is let's build our core, then spread out our tentacles to every resource gathering location and bring those resources back to our core for processing and our own sustainment. Very viral expansion, you know, like, or not, maybe not even viral, parasitic? Whatever it is. Anyway, and so when I started playing Dyson, that's the whole point of the game. Like, Dyson Sphere program, the whole thing is collect resources from around your star cluster and process them to turn... Now, you can obviously make production facilities on different planets and stuff, but the way the resources are distributed, you do wind up having, like, central forge and, like, construction planets and stuff like that. Like, I just finally went to my second planet last night. That was a hoot, let me tell you. I honestly considered streaming Dyson today and taking a day off from Ani, but I was like, if I stream Dyson, I have to start a new playthrough just to bring everybody through the process with me. And mine is Planet Crafter, even with just the one planet. Yeah, because like you get into it, right? Like I did the same thing on Planet Crafter. I set up teleporters and miners in all of the major node points around Planet Crafter, and that I was doing it before they came out with the drones, and so I had like a teleporter array, and I would just hop through the teleporter, grab all the good stuff. I had one of those like garbage disposals. I'd grab all the good stuff, dump all the random garbage into the garbage disposal, and then go back home. And then eventually you get to the drills that like you could pick the resource they pull or whatever. So I wound up basically just harvesting the whole planet and bringing it back home. And I had my one little, you know, the one little starter area started to look real nice, but we were just climbing towards goals in it and everything. And eventually I started to, you know, wane. I really like the story of that game. Which is why I kind of want to go back and play it. I want to do another playthrough where the story is one of the focuses. This is probably going to temporarily break the nature surf. Multiplayer? Ooh. Yeah, the thing I liked about Planet Crafter, I think the most, is as a first-time player going into it blind, I felt like the progression was really, really well done. Like, whenever you're not sure what you should be building, you could go and explore. Yep, it's just this thing. It's one of the few downsides to a petroleum boiler is every time lava cycles, you get an entombed notification. So whenever I was like, I don't know what I'm supposed to build right now, I would just go out and explore. And then I'd find a bunch of stuff. And while I was out exploring, the planet continued to terraform from the machines. By the time I'd get back from exploration, I'd have a bunch of new tech unlocked. I'd be like, oh, I need to build this. And while I was out there, I found the resources I needed to build this. So now I can build a few of them. And now I know that I need to build a whole bunch of them. Cool, 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 right? And so that became like something I really liked, where it was like, I'm not sure what to build. Let me explore. I'm not sure what to explore. Let me see what the story does. The ice blocks for progress gates is very good. Yes, yes, I agree. I agree. The ice blocks in the caves and stuff like that, it really does open up new areas. Now, we need you into demolition. See, look at the difference now that we have a nature reserve. We're up to 15. We're only using a third. So, what is our building at on Panda over here? Only 2. So, we've got a skill scrubber here. So, we're going to get you right into demolition because we need to rip this floor out so we can replace it with tiles. Can we do... No, we got to rip it out first. Cool, cool. So, yeah. But yeah, more or less, I like resource-based building games where, like, you need to bring the resources in. I thought one of the things I wasn't going to like about Dyson Sphere program was the fact that the resources are limited. You can actually change... Yeah, I knew this was... Legitimately, I knew they were going to drop ice down there. That was just a given. You can, in theory, up the amount of resources. When I was watching Kibitz play, he was definitely playing with the resources turned up to like an 8 multiplier or something like that. And I understand why. Because the resource nodes, some of the resource nodes just barely started running out on me last night. But there's so many more on the planet. Oh, Jonathan is in active state. Wonderful. Your sister Agnes will eventually come online, sir. They already built that. God, our dupes are fucking amazing. Real quick, we're going to do a little snip here. Just so we can let this cycle through. This is one of the reasons we have a buffer tank. Excellent. That goes there. God, I am so bouncy right now. One of my favorite songs is on in the background over here. Jonathan and Agnes. Yep. Gotta love Jonathan and Agnes. MVPs of the game over here. Let's do this. Is that right? So comes in, overflows down. That needs to be snipped. Goes through, goes through, goes through, overflows, overflows. So that is well sorted. That connects out to there. So then that should be flowing. Excellent. We want this to drain, and I don't want to block this, so... We're going to snip that. And we're going to put a bridge there. So now the base water will travel a little slower for a hot second, but this will gradually empty into this tank as well. It's too bad you can't, like... Now, this is a failsafe that we're putting into place. I don't think that 2 aqua tuners are really going to kick on. Same thing over here. We've got 2 aqua tuners for each of our cooling loops because we're just in a situation where we are running a lot of systems. A lot of them are generating quite a bit of heat, and I'd also like to be able to put in some more radiant pipe over here because there's a lot of heat to be picked up. I don't think we're going to be able to avoid all of it because this place needs to stay toasty, which is the problem because we have to have a door here, and without putting a whole vacuum loop here, we're going to have a little bit of heat bleed that comes out here. So this is yellow because we've got radiant pipe. This place is getting toasty because of all of the critters. It doesn't really matter. So I'm going to try not to go crazy with everything. It's just going to be a matter of making sure that the temperature up here doesn't go above, what is it, 30 on these bad boys? 30. So we've got a situation where this is getting upwards of 26, 27 degrees, probably because they're using hot dirt. Now, is there anywhere else in this base that we need to keep legitimately cool or hot or any of those things? Those are the only plants we have on the loop, right? We can't go much colder with this loop, though. So this pulls, how much is it? It's 14 degrees it removes. Water freezes at 0. I want to pump over some polluted water from the other planet when we get a chance. I am so tired of using regular water as coolant. So the problem is I'd like to run this cooling loop colder because we could freeze, not even freeze, but we could get down the rest of the base like 7, 8 degrees. The heat we're pulling out of the base here, yeah, we're going to get water all over the place. Fantastic. It's okay. Everything is okay. Yeah, our Pacu population is going down because they're crowded, but that's okay. Basically, polluted water has a lower freezing point. If we look at polluted water, freezes at -20. So we could turn this down to 0. And as long as it picks up enough heat going through the base that it's above 10 by the time it gets up here, we're golden. So we could definitely make some changes to this if we had polluted water. Right now, 27 is a reasonably safe temperature. Let's try and squeeze 1 more degree out of it. Just because I'm a little concerned that these are not... Now, one thing we could do is kind of... We could change the way the loop flows. Rather than coming in and going down and then going back up, we could start it up here, but that creates this whole random back and forth thing. The other issue with our loop at the moment is down here is so hot that we're winding up in a situation where a lot of that heat is getting pulled into our cooling loop from the stuff we're doing over here. So eventually it should stabilize out, but for now we're running a second aqua tuner just to make sure shit doesn't go wrong. Let's start to move. You know what? My music changed from acoustic to quite electric. So let's turn the volume down on that just a little bit. Those built at a very high priority, please. So what we want to do is the project I was talking about, a few minor little projects on our main planet, and then we're going to do some exploratory digging. Probably just digging kind of across here. This way is a little harder because of this 95-degree bastard right here. That will scorch our dupe, so... What we might do... That scared me for some reason. What we might do is kind of dig across here. Underneath this geyser. So we can see what's over here. Also, it would behoove us to get up here. So let's set up the eventuality of doing that. By putting that like that. Because we've got hexcellent fruit up here. Let's not waste time farming if we can just use found food for even longer. Now, when we get this insulated tile in, I will start shipping over the lead. I don't want to drop 100-something degree lead on top of normal tile here. That's why it was so important to get the nature reserve so that we can get enough morale to put Panda here into demolition. We needed to be able to break those and put in the insulated tiles. We could have done some cheeky stuff where we went underneath and built it from the underside, but then we're breaking more of the cold tiles that are keeping the bees chilly. So, you know, whole thing like that. Will we be able to get to our nuclear power plant or our geothermal power plant today? I don't think so, but we're gonna see. I might... I'm thinking about things. I'm sorry. Cozy, consistent progress. Exactly. This is not our RimWorld Sea Ice Insane Challenge playthrough, which, dear God, yesterday was such a crazy day. Good day, crazy day. Like, yesterday was the exact kind of day I like having on RimWorld. We had enough time to make progress, but we had enough events that it was interesting and a little bit stressful. That mech raid, or that mech cluster that we still got to finish cleaning up the turrets from, that was a little hairy, but we had the weapons. Julie lost a kidney. Barb got really beat up, but didn't lose anything. As long as we can get Julie's kidney replaced and she doesn't scar up too bad, it'll be a net positive. I probably could have handled a few things better. There's definitely some mechanics that I didn't remember or know as well as I should to make perfect use of that scenario. But all in all, I think the day turned out pretty good. Oh, this bad boy's almost full. We're going to start getting water overflow into our infinite liquid storage for our air supply, so that's good. I have to watch the bits I missed on the VOD Drat medical stuff. Oh yeah, the ending of yesterday's stream was insane. Tomorrow we're coming, like, on Friday we finished up a mech raid. It took us like an extra half hour, 40 minutes or something, and then the beginning of stream yesterday was cleaning that up and getting some progress done, and then same thing at the end of stream. We finished up a mech raid. Everybody's still pretty beat up. We did just our basic recovery, you know, like just that handful of things that needed to get done, so tomorrow Nether doesn't like have an anxiety attack because nothing is the way it should be. But more or less, same thing. We're coming into a little bit of cleanup tomorrow. Just a bath of ice in there. Okay, so we have demolition now, right? Let's demolish that. And then I'll show you guys how I screw with this. So this room is an awkward shape, right? But let's say we want to get 3 people over here. Well, they'll have to fix that lab wall, but it is what it is. So this is how I figured out how to get 3 beds in here. There's probably a better way. In fact, you could actually get 4 beds in here if you wanted to. Basically, 1 here. You put airflow tiles here. You can put regular tiles, but CO2 is going to build up there. Bed here, bed here, bed here. And if you want a 4th bed, you could put one right here. Because then they can come up and get into it. You could break out a couple of tiles here and throw down another bed up here, theoretically. But this is how we work with what we have, so to speak. So just got them moving everything out of this this spot down here. I don't know why. I actually don't need to do this. Yeah, never mind. Just never mind on that. Super hard digging. Yeah, and you know what? We don't need that done. We're going to bring over a second dupe, so let's just get space for our second dupe. This will all get destroyed eventually, except for the frozen friend. Julie does Scar. I have wondered if she'd be a good vamp candidate. We might turn Julie into a vamp. I think I was talking about that yesterday. If we absolutely have to, we'll turn her into a vamp. Being a vamp won't replace her kidney. I think that's what she lost, is a kidney? Yeah. But we do have an ideology reform. So as soon as we get ourselves a little bit stabilized after the fight, we can pop off 6 more rituals. Usually we get at least 1 pawn. Now, if they're really, really badass, let's say we only get 1 pawn and they're badass and we keep them. That's okay, but I go, because realistically we want an organ donor. With this next group of ideology rituals, we want to get somebody who we can pull a kidney out of and give it to Julie, and that'll patch her up nicely. That colony is getting to the point where we really do need more people with assault rifles. We could pull a kidney out of... You know what? We might do that, Aya. It does make them more likely to have health problems, but I think you're right. I think it's better to risk a blood bag than it is to risk a colonist. So that's probably what we'll do, is we'll use the highest quality medicine, and we'll pull a kidney out of one of the blood bags and put it into Julie. That way Julie has 2 kidneys. And then if we come across... Thank you. We'll do the rituals first, because ideally I'd like the blood bags to keep their kidneys as well, if at all possible. So we'll do the rituals first. If we get an organ donor, bam, everybody is sorted. If we get colonists that we like, or we don't get any colonists, because it's always possible we freaking roll a nat 1 and get 0 colonists. But I don't think I've ever done 6 rituals and gotten 0 join events. I've done 6 rituals and gotten no good pawns and just butchered everybody that came in, but never done 6 rituals in a row and gotten 0 pawns. So we should get at least 1 more pawn. Whether they're an organ donor and dinner or a permanent member of the colony is yet to be determined. But we need to get our shit sorted. With that third chem fuel generator potentially going down tomorrow, and us being able to switch back over to rice, we should be able to support more colonists with the same infrastructure. So there's a lot of possibility there. There's a lot of good possibility there. All right, so I know this is crazy, but it is time for our first round of skill scrub. We're going to have to bring over Ren. Let's see how this goes. Well, we got them to demolish that stuff. Now I need to level them into super hard digging. We could do it and it would get close. Super hard digging. You know what? Yeah, this is not a great idea. Let's just go for it. If they get pissy, we'll give them a massage table, and we're gonna send over Ren here in a second. So I should have just blueprinted what I put instead of screenshotting it. That would have been the smart move. We're playing with the blueprint mod, and I'm not fucking using it. We've got waterweed over here, too. Not used to the mods, yeah. I'm a very vanilla player. Now, I see a tile here. So let's switch gears for just a moment. And let's do some exploratory digging here. That needs super duper hard digging. Alright. Yeah, we gotta get Ren over here. I think it might be time to bring Ren over. Food is at 39,000. CO2 is not bad. What do you guys think? Time to bring over Ren? Yeah, let's get Ren skill scrubbed. And bring Ren over. I need more hands. Oh, I forgot we printed a poke shell over here. And we've got the arbor acorn. Okay, we've got projects galore. We have got projects galore. Speaking of which, are you empty? You are empty. that can go. How much ceramic do we have? 3.8 tons. Not a lot. An insulated pipe made of ceramic is the same price as any other insulated pipe at 400 a tile. So you need quite a bit before you can do a lot. Tempted to grab that poke shell right off the bat, but let's keep an eye on everybody. Hen husbandry. Mouth beat up for now. No. Okay. Poke shell. They're useful animals once we get to a certain point. At the moment, we've just got them stuffed over here in the corner. We're honestly living a little dangerous here. But I'm okay with that. Okay, so once Ren is finished being scrubbed... Where is Ren? Ren is eating food. Are you scrubbed, Ren? No, you're not. You're like, I took a break from my brainwashing to go and get a snack. I hope that's okay. All right, see this pipe backing up? This is what we're looking for. Once we start getting to the point where stuff overflows into here, I'm going to be very happy. Cranial rinses are hungry work. You're absolutely right, Aya. Are you on the dupe OSHA board? There are a couple of other little projects I want to get done, so I guess while we're doing stuff on the second planet, let's do some things that Nether is meant to do for a while now. Because what we're gonna do is we're gonna move this doorway over to here. There's no need for it to be here, but actually we don't need to make that out of regular tiles. We're gonna build one tile at a time and push this petroleum over until we can put an insulated tile here, and then we're gonna move this whole doorway system over here. So basically we get Ren over here because they're actually a better builder, and this dupe is a better digger. We scrub this dupe. We'll just have Ren run on the wheel while this one gets scrubbed. Scrub this guy, put him into digging proper so we can dig all this stuff out a lot quicker. And we'll try and find ourselves a way to... being that we're seeing a tile here, that is either our teleporter, or sometimes on this map they have like a little bed set up. So we'll come over here and we'll see what we can see. If it's not the other side of the transmitter, of the teleporter setup, because this is a supply teleporter, this is where we receive goods. If we look over at the other planet, we can see that there is a supply teleporter input and a supply teleporter output. So we have these both active on this planet, but we only have the one active. We can send stuff to the other planet, we just can't receive stuff, which is actually perfect. If this was the other way around, we would have frantically been looking for this one, because we need to being able to pump oxygen over here makes our lives here substantially easier. So okay, I think I'm actually ready to pipe over some lead. So what we're going to do is we're going to do this on the doors. That way nobody can path over here. We're going to do something... Leia, can you actually get there? You can. How? Oh, by moving over there. Well, this plan was great in theory, but, you know, fuck me, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go over here. We'll just keep an eye on it. Refined metal, lead. And we put that at a 6. And this down to a 1. actually just going to take that off of there, just so they don't bring any more over, because they don't have anything to do. Now if we go over to Watoni, we have lead coming out this side. What else do we... Okay, so let's start bringing over the shopping list, right? We're going to need steel. How much steel do we have? 17 tons. We need 1.2 tons for the aqua tuner. We're going to need stuff for the thermal spike. We're going to probably need about 5 tons of steel-ish. Probably more in the long run, but we're still refining stuff. Ooh, pacu fillet. Let's make sure that gets put on the menu of things to cook. Forever and forever. Let's make sure ingredients are added here. Okay, done and dusted. So now they'll actually put those in the freezer and cook them. So let's go down to manufactured material. We're going to send over, let's start with 5 tons of steel to start. Put that on a 6. That'll get us steel delivered over here ASAP. So we're pumping over 20 tons of lead because we want to make our wires out of lead because it's easily accessible. Now lead is a little toasty, which is why we got the this might be the playthrough for OSHA compliance. You know, maybe. I'm not breaking as many of the rules as I normally am. Okay, so Ren looks like they're sorted. Right? They've got 6 talent points. So construction, we don't need demolition right this second. So that's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not quite to mechatronics engineering. How much is your athletics of 9, athletics of 14? We might just level Ren temporarily because that's 4 points, that's 2 points. So that'll get us that'll get us an extra 4 athletics, putting them at a 13, which is very close to Panda. Yeah, we'll do that as their temporary build once we send them over there. So, teleporter, transmitter, Ren, let's get you going, bud. Right? Right. Oh, did I build a bed for Ren? I did. I did not, however, build a table for Ren. Let's get that built ASAP. So we've got a bed. Why did I build that bed there? That was a terrible spot to build the bed. Yeah, that bed was supposed to be 1 tile over. Where is Panda? There is our sender. Perfect. Now they will wait in the transporter. And to the second planet with you, Ren. Again, if anybody wants to name Ren or Abe, they are our newest dupes, and we have a point redemption for naming colonists. We are already causing a mess. How that happened, I won't... Oh, probably because they dropped things. Okay. So let's hit up Ren's priorities. I'm going to leave Ren operating because we need to skill scrub our other guy. So we want them to operate first, but there's no operating to do. They are our builder. And then everybody toggles up life support. I might be... Whoops. Yeah, it's because we have them carrying ice to drop it over here. It's bound to happen when you're transporting ice, unless you're doing it by conveyor rail through solid tiles or in a vacuum. So it's just something you're going to have to deal with. In fact, I'd be willing to wager... Nope. It's odd that we don't have any water there. They already moved all the ice and snow from the top. Excellent. Hello, Watoni. What are you doing? Yeah, build the bed. Build yourself a bed, guy. You know what's funny is this stuff's going to drop back down here, refreeze into ice. I'm going to tell them to bring it up here, and it's going to melt in their hands again. This is just going to be comedy. Now, remember when I was talking about cheeky things? First thing we're going to do is have Ren go into art, actually. Ren. Now check this out. Ren is going to make us a masterwork sculpture. And then this is going to be a great hall instead of a mess hall. So we will have a nature reserve, a great hall, a barracks, and this is a latrine. But once we finish doing some more insulating, we'll swap that over to a washroom. That'll give us an additional +1. So we'll have 6 here instead of 3. This is +1, this is +1, and this is +6. So 6, 12, 13, 14 from room bonuses is what we're looking for here. So we're going to take turns skill scrubbing each other. That's more or less why we had to get another dupe over here. Now, we could grab ourselves a third dupe by thawing this person out, but I am not defrosting. I have gotten bad dupes this way. You know, people that are just farting or vomiting or like all sorts of problematic things. So we're not going to unthaw our friend. They can be the centerpiece in some sort of weird build that we do later on. No frosty friend for Cozy Clan, no. Okay, so I'm going to let them do their thing for a hot second. Alright, so now this should be a great hall. Perfect. So our morale is now officially not through the roof, but doing quite well. Ren is still on the morale from the previous planet, I think. Yeah, because they got the good meal. So they'll lose 8 points and go down to 19 versus Panda, who is at 16. Yep, that's the situation. Something like that, though. That being said, I know that Ren just got skill scrubbed, but we're immediately going to re-skill scrub Ren. So we're going to put that like that. Right? Go into priorities. Oh, no, priorities, not skills. So literally we scrubbed Ren, put him into art. We're going to scrub him again. Then we're going to put Ren into building. He's not going to get fully scrubbed before this battery dies, but that's fine. We're going to scrub Ren, put them into the skills they actually need instead of art, because that was just literally to build a single statue. We need to repeat up to 2 times for necessary results. Right? Right. So this should get us into a good position here. Alright, we've almost moved half of the lead. The reason we're bringing over so much lead is we're going to build all of our wire out of lead. So let's start doing that, actually, because it'll give them something to do. Conductive wire. Let's run this like... We'll do kind of just a straight-up central spine here. Now, I don't know exactly what that's going to go to just yet, because this is just a closed-loop setup. This is just our skill scrub setup over here. But that'll get us started on some electricity. Because we're going to need to get some sort of kitchen. We're going to need to get a water sieve. There's a whole bunch of stuff. How many toilets do we want to put in over here, guys? I don't want a big team, but we might eventually... Yeah, we might have, you know, 6 to 10 people over here at one point, just to, like, power through some work. Last time I ran a straight-up, like, 3-man team, only 3-man team over here. It took forever to get the planet done. Not this specific planet, but you guys know what I'm talking about. So, I think what we're going to do is we'll start working toward... putting in our 3-toilet system. Is our 3-toilet system going to be here? That really is what it comes down to. I don't want to deal with latrines forever. So even if it has to get moved, we should start planning on putting it in here. So we're going to build a sink here, because eventually these 2 will get replaced with a sink. We're going to go in here, and we're going to put down 3 lavatories. That is going to also mean that we're going to slap down a door over here. Might as well start getting on with this airflow situation, putting doors up there and there. I want to priority 6 the building of everything that's inside here. Also, let's dig that out at a priority 6, because I want this buttoned up real quick. Honestly, I don't even care what gases get stored in here. Even if oxygen gets stored in here and this winds up being a mixed bag of gases, I'm totally okay with that. But we're going to do a little automation to try and mitigate that. So what we're going to do is we're also going to go into our automation gas element sensor. And what I'm going to do is, let's say, we don't need it to be a super wide spanning reach, but let's say 2 tiles in every direction like this. We're going to go with an AND gate. Automation wires. And basically, once the CO2 builds up to that level, this thing will kick on. You know what? No, let's straight up lower that down. We're going to lower it by 1 tile, put it right along the floor. Hydrate, give me 1 second, Aya. Let me finish drawing this real quick, and then I'll get on it. I do apologize for taking a hot second here. All right, hydrate. Delicious. Not really. I'm not a big fan of water, but it's better than the other things I have at the moment. Ren, you were an artist for a brief period. You know, your 15 seconds of fame. 15 minutes is the saying, but we're going to call it 15 seconds. Okay. Utino. We still got a little bit more lead, then we'll do the same deal with the steel. Jonathan erupts in 7.3 cycles. Our tank is being reasonable. It gets up and it goes down. It gets up, goes down. As long as we have enough magma to get through the dormant stages, I'm happy. We are wasting rad bolts. This is why I don't put this on forever. Let's turn that off. They're cranking rad bolts and they're shooting into the thing, and they're not actually researching because I didn't have research queued up. Dumb on my part. How are we on plastic? We're up to 8 tons of plastic. We have 8 critters and 2 critters, so our Dreco ranches are starting to come online. If you notice our overflow ranch, they're getting sheared like fucking crazy. So that's fantastic. Phosphorate's going back to storage. You are body temperature. This is what I was worried about. Okay, we're going to have to just throw a little bit of brute force at this. Something like that. And these are not copied over, and we need to get this underway as well. Okay. A lot of projects, a lot of projects. If I remember this design correctly, this is going to be a lot of work and break a lot of things. We got to micro that real heavy. How are we on dirt? 35.6 tons. Oh, we got the stuff we needed for a chill box, guys. We got our ice box supplies. Sorry, just a little beard stroke moment. I'm looking for where I want to put our ice box. Like, I like the idea of here, but we need to be able to corner grab these for some extra materials and heat. This is probably going to get moved over here. This is going to get adjusted. We are going to use a lot of this space for more ranches in the future. There is not a huge amount of space for this project that I want to do. We're keeping this open for power expansion later. Weird noises all day long. I do enjoy the idea of putting it over here. And I think we have enough space to pull it off. All right, let's take a beat and try to figure this out. Conveyor shut off. We can make this out of lead because we're not bringing anything super high temp in here. We put that in that corner. Conveyor rail, thermosensor, which is what we needed that research for. Automation wire across here. And then we've got to make rails. We've been making those out of iron because we've been thoroughly abusing our copper supplies, and it's getting out of control. So that's going to hit that, right? And then we want this to go out to storage. So for now, we're going to put that like that. Now this needs to overflow, and we need direction. Trying to remember what we did. No, that's not what we did. What we did, I think, was... do that. That would be way too small. So what if... that gives us direction. Now, there is no optimal situation here. I gotta be honest. I think I might do something stupid. Because I don't like this here. It's just forcing an issue. We need an aqua tuner. Good evening. How's everything? How's things on? Hey, Marcin, first time chatter. Welcome in. Things are going well. We took our time. This is a more casual playthrough. No, it's not bad. There's actually an emote for it. It just tends to be what I do. I'm just thinking a lot. We're doing we started out our second planet last time. I tend to like to make sure that our first planet is like fully sustained and like this place runs like clockwork. There's just a few minor projects on the side we're doing over here, like making stuff like shifting a few blocks around, making it a little more efficient, you know, doing some decor, you know, that type of thing. We've got to make some natural tiles so we can plant arbor trees up here. We're making our cooling system more robust. What we're trying to do right now is all of the dirt we're making is coming from boiling water over here. So we've got really hot dirt getting put into our mealwood for our Drekos. So that's going to start causing problems. So what I'm planning right now is an ice box so that any of the dirt that gets down here just immediately gets put into an ice box and then sent to base as chill dirt. I wanted to put it down here, but that's just not an optimal situation since we need another aqua tuner to do it. Not to cram 1,000 aqua tuners up here, but we're at that stage in the game. So I think what I'm going to do is legitimately put it here. I was originally leaving this space open so that if we needed to create access for the volcano, we could create it here. But I guess we'll just live dangerously, and if we need to get in, we'll go through the base. We'll just put some liquid here, and God, what a terrible idea. What an absolutely wretched idea. Meh, I've had worse. But yeah, let's talk turkey about getting a rail system in here. Do we want to move any of these pipes? Kind of want to move these pipes before we get started. Like that pipe, at least. These other ones, they've got to be completely redone anyway. We've got a lot of stuff over here that can be redone, but I wanted to make progress and get on to the second planet. You know, we're already wasting enough time here. So, yeah, let's leave it paused while we reconfigure. We're going to need a conveyor rail shutoff. We'll put that there. We're going to need a conveyor rail thermosensor there with an automation wire over here. Lurking and watching BoJack. Hell yeah. I was actually watching that last night. We were talking about it the other night, and I was like, you know what? I already watched all of Arcane because, of course, I binge-watched it once I started watching it again. So that's going to go into base, right? This overflows like that. We need direction for the rails. There's just no way around all of this nonsense, unfortunately. So that gives us direction. And then we're going to bridge on, doesn't matter where we bridge on, I suppose. Let's bridge on here, just because I like the way that looks. right? Now, the hard part is actually going to be getting liquid. Ooh, that is going to be the hard part. How do we get liquid in here without it flashing to steam? Maybe we just use... let me look at the properties of petroleum again. I always forget everything. So properties of petroleum compared to that of water is what we're looking at. Specific heat capacity 1.76, thermal conductivity 2. Versus water, specific heat capacity 4.17, thermal conductivity 0.6. Can conduct heat to other materials at a rate of thermal conductivity. For each degree difference between two objects, the rate of heat transfer will be determined by the object with the lowest thermal conductivity. So, I don't think it's optimal, but I think we just put petroleum in here. Right? Probably be the easiest thing to do. Ooh, actually, one hot second here. I don't want the bridge to be like that because it'll stick out of the box. We're actually going to put the bridge like that. Right. Because I don't want heat to transfer in here. So the whole, if the bridge comes down to here and this is here, that will allow heat to transfer in, which would be a no-no. So we're going to do this. Yeah. And because our dupes are bound to do something stupid, we'll put a ladder there for now. Will this screw up our system? Everything screws up our system. It'll be fine. So we'll let them build that on this planet, and we'll continue the creep to push this petroleum over. While we get over here. Did we already skill scrub Ren a second time? Yes. Okay, so Ren, let's get you into building, and then to catch you up with movement, let's get you into exosuit training just for the athletics. So anyway, for Marcin, I hope that was an okay. I was in the middle of some hard thinking there. Conveyor rail priorities always screw me up. Every once in a while, I still screw up the gas and the liquid priorities, but for some reason, even though it's the same mechanic, when you do the rails, I always seem to screw it up for some reason, especially when I'm designing a rotating chill box. So I do apologize for all of that nonsense. That being said, I'm Nethercloud. I stream noon to 6, Monday to Saturday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday is RimWorld. We're currently working on a 500% sea ice, no traps, no kill boxes, no mods playthrough. That is our challenge playthrough. Tuesdays and Thursdays is Oxygen Not Included. I try to keep one game more on the casual side because I was doing a lot of challenges on both games and I was getting really overstressed. So this playthrough really is just about building the fun contraptions we like, taking our time with stuff, no crazy time restrictions or, self-imposed, like none of this, none of that type of restrictions. So it's our cozy colony, so to speak. Saturdays are our wild card day. Right now we're doing a playthrough of Hollow Knight. We're probably going to be switching to Satisfactory, almost definitely going to be switching to Satisfactory come 1.0 release in September. And at one point here or another, I might throw in a stream of Dyson Sphere Program or two, just because it's my current new hyperfixation. Oh god, I get what you're trying to do. I'm the same way. When it comes to sensors, what? RimWorld? You were playing two of my favorite... Hell yeah! 500%... So if you know RimWorld, you know what I'm talking about. We're playing against Randy. We're on sea ice. we're cranked up to 500%. Losing is fun. So losing is fun, and then the threat scale all the way up. We're not using traps, and we're not using kill boxes. It's been hairy the whole time. We're constantly worried about food. We're constantly worried about building materials. But we're starting to get reasonably stabilized. Tomorrow we're coming on into a big cleanup. One of our colonists lost a kidney in the most recent mech fight that we finished out yesterday's stream fight with. But we've got 2 vampires, 2 hemogen farms. We've got our ideology ready to reform so we can reset our rituals and possibly get some more colonists either for joining or organ donation. All that. That's a kill box on its own. Yeah, Sea Ice has been insane. It's what got me into RimWorld was watching Ambiguous Amphibian Sea Ice. So many people told me to play the game, and I was like, I don't know, man. It doesn't look like something I'd be into. And then I watched AA do his Sea Ice playthrough, and I was like, oh, I get it now. This is sick. And I got the game, and now I've got almost 1,800 hours or something like that in it. This one is around 15. So I had RimWorld a little bit longer, so they're not quite at the same level. And I'm doing 3 RimWorld, 1 Ani. So anyway, that's the story. I stream noon to 6 Pacific Standard Time. For reference, it's 2:40 in the afternoon right now. So whatever time, blah blah blah. I started about 2.5 hours ago, and I start the same time every day. Sundays is my one day off, but I spent Sunday so hyperfixated on Dyson Sphere program that I think I slept less over the weekend than I do during the week. Okay, Abe is sorted. Ren got their skills redone. 2341. Oh, okay. So when it's 3 p.m. for me, it'll be midnight for you. So I start streaming at 21 for you. I do believe. All right, so priority-wise, I don't want to go crazy with priorities here, right? We don't need anybody operate. Actually, it's time to go the other way. We're going to have you operate. Toilets are okay? Toilets are okay. So we're going to assign Psycho Panda to the skill scrubber. We'll have Ren run and Panda scrubbed. What about the Ani release on the 18th? Is that in 2 days? Did they actually announce the final release of the DLC? Because we did when the DLC went into alpha, we did 18th of July. Okay, guys, so today might be the last day of this colony. Shit. I mean, last day on stream of this colony. We're going to start a new playthrough with the DLC. Oh, I will throw $8 at that all fucking day long. I might continue to play this colony off camera. But we're going to start a new playthrough with the DLC, so shit. Maybe I should have streamed Dyson Sphere program today. Nah, we'll have some more fun. I like messing around with this stuff. Can never have too much practice at the core mechanics when going into a new DLC. I really love the new DLC stuff, so we have to do that. Provided, of course, it works. You know, Marson, thank you for following. I really appreciate that. I've been streaming noon to 6, Monday through Saturday for about 1.5 years now. I'm trying very hard to make this my career. I love gaming. I love running my mouth. I love being helpful to people. I've had a lot of people come into chat and be like, it's so great to see someone who cares about mental health and chronic illness awareness, because I've been through lots of surgeries. I have bipolar and ADHD, which I have medication for, which greatly helped me out. So when I first started streaming, I tell this story every time new people come in. I was actually streaming Minecraft exclusively. We have a community Minecraft server. So if anybody does play Minecraft, we have a SMP. If you join the Discord, which I'll put up on screen now. Discord. You are welcome to add your name to the whitelist after reading the rules and come join us. That's anybody out there, whether you're watching the VOD or like lurking out there. You can get some more brain power to level up even faster. So, yeah, we do a lot of stuff. And when I was streaming Minecraft, I had a day where it was just me and one viewer, you know, very start of my nonsense. And they were like, we talked all day, chilled, and at the end of the day, they're like, hey, I gotta go, but I want to let you know I struggle with suicidal thoughts and depression and anxiety and all this stuff. I've been to doctors, I'm on meds now, but it's hard to stop thinking about that stuff. And I didn't think about any of that stuff because I had your stream, and so I wanted to thank you for making my day one of the better days. And ever since then, I've been like, it doesn't matter whatever happens to me. For the rest of my life, I will stream because that means the world to me, to be able to help someone like that, because I've been through it. So that's the sappy, cheesy story of why I'll never stop streaming. But yeah, that's what I do. Like I said, if I can make a career out of it, people have been very supportive. We've had a very growing community. People have done a lot to really help me push to the next level, so it means the world to me. Thank you, all of you. Your love and kindness and donations do not go unnoticed. Do we just have ice sitting here somewhere? Whatever. It's fine. For new friend to use... So, Marcin, we have a point redemption for naming dupes, and so Aya just did her redeem and said, for new friends, so I'm assuming she means that you can pick a dupe to name. Currently, Ren here does not have an official name, and we just brought on an Abe. Ren is going to be a mechatronics engineer with a side in plumbing. I'm glad you don't use the Prio glitch to determine the geyser. True gamer. I don't care. I know what the geysers are from the star map. There are 4 some sort of water geysers. I'm just going to crack them open and dump them into a tank and then send it through a filtration system, possibly powered by geothermal rather than using a water sieve, just to eliminate problems with pipes cracking and stuff like that. But, you know, that's provided. That's in the multiverse where this playthrough continues. Abe over here, we just brought on today. They're going to be into critter ranching, and we got them because they have suit wearing. They're going to be managing the bees on the second planet. But yeah, I've used that glitch before. Like I said, it's a casual playthrough, so whatever I feel like doing, we'll do. But at the end of, like, we're using infinite gas storage and infinite liquid storage. This had chlorine in it. It's empty now. This is full of excess carbon dioxide from before we had enough slicksters to eat it. All our natural gas is getting pumped in here. This is where we're storing the vast majority of the water on our map, is in here. The steam geyser erupts. We use this thermal injector to make sure it turns to water immediately. We have this water up to here just because, you know, the more thermal mass, the better. So as soon as this hydro sensor detects it at, what is it? 500 kilos, it'll turn the pump on to dump it in here. Nice consistent water supply. And then we have an overflow system set up that I'm kind of waiting for it to kick in. This thing here, gradually, this steam box removes the water that boils. And when it gets above a certain pressure, it turns on the shutoff and sends it over to here. And that you follow down to our 3 oil reservoirs that are providing the crude to our petroleum boiler setup. So that's important. But when and if this backs up, which should happen eventually, but the steam box is still settling. When this backs up, it'll start overflowing to give us air. We did the math, and without any other water source coming from anywhere else, if you take into account this steam geyser and the overflow from our petroleum boiler, we can support roughly 16 dupes. And at the moment, we're actually pumping oxygen from this planet. It overflows from our main base setup to this gas reservoir and then over to our second planet. So we've got 12 dupes all running off this air supply, 10 on this planet currently and 2 on the other planet. We'll eventually reverse some of that because this planet is flush with water. So because of that, We'll eventually be piping over a pipe of water to the other planet for uses over there. And we'll probably end up doing a large-scale oxygen generation system so we can pump as much oxygen as we need over there and whatever we can use for here. We're going to need liquid oxygen on the other planet for our rocketry program. I'm speaking as if this is going to go forever, but if the DLC is coming out on Thursday, we're definitely starting a new playthrough on Thursday. Okay, so are you guys scrubbed up good? Yeah, Panda is scrubbed up good. Ren is leveled into what they need. Panda needs to get into their digging, right? Panda is also going to farm over here. We don't need to go crazy with everything. 6 points. If we go over to here, that almost maxes us out. Your athletics is already pretty high. Yeah, if you have a dupe name, shout it out. Whatever you want to name it, as long as it doesn't violate terms and services or promote any type of hate or bigotry or any of that stuff, I'm down for it. Also, we don't do like... somebody wanted to rename Mima to Mommy, and I was like, I'm not going to say Mommy every time I look at a dupe. Like, that's a little too twisted. So we give you... We're going to need automation built over here, right? But you're a digger. Mm-hmm. It's not really necessary, but I think I'm going to at least give them improved carry 1 and hold off for now. Just because in case we need an emergency build on some mechatronics and stuff, which we're probably going to need them to build some mech stuff. We would prefer Ren to do that because they have the better skill set for all of it, but we don't have enough skill points in them. So let's put you as improved construction. Let's put you as improved farming. And let's go into priorities. Neither one of you should be fully maxed out on that. You can both attack. I have to think on a name. I'm on the spot. No, yeah, for sure. A lot of people name it after themselves. So if you want to call one Marson or whatever, hopefully I'm saying that right. Both are going to be specialized in life support. Like, not specialized. We're going to generalize life support as an uptick because that's what cleaning toilets and putting water and stuff in here is categorized, I do believe. So until such a time as we get the plumbed toilets installed, we're going to make sure that these get taken care of immediately. They should be on different schedules. Yeah, they're offset by 2 hours, so no stress there yet. Eventually we'll move Abe to another schedule as well when he comes over here. Okay. That'll do. That will do. And then let's snip that situation. This is literally just a skill scrub situation. We are happy that it wasn't a huge thing where we had to move again. I'm back, got plumbing fixed. It was something that fucking plumbers forgot to take out when they were placing. Ah! Gotcha. I named mine based on their job. Yeah, I named somebody Green Thumbs, and then... Who did you name this playthrough? Oh, Green Thumbs the second. That's right. Green Thumbs was in our last RimWorld playthrough. Julie is named after Julie Pixels. Killer is named after Killer. Lou is named after Lulu, who came in one time. Vermin, I think... I want to say Sparta or ABC named Vermin. I have no idea. Somebody's like, it's a real-life thing. I forget who named Princess Leia. Barb and Aya kind of group worked to name Gertrude. Barb named Barb. Squiddy named Algae Chewer. I just call her Al. And Abe is still available. So it's Abe or Ren are your choice. Or Abe or Ren are your choices. Abe is a rancher, suit wearer. They're going to be maintaining the bees. And Ren is going to be a mechatronics engineer builder. Now, I don't have either of them prioritized into tidying, right? No. You're a digger. So you know what? I'm going to put you leveled up. Okay, so Lil Psycho Panda. I'm just going to call them Panda. Panda is going to life support and tidy, and then dig. Actually, dig and farm, because they're our farmer. Right? Well, temporarily, anyway. Yeah. The person who came and did it was pissed under his breath. Oh, yeah. He knew he fucked up. We're going to replace that with conductive wire. Just because we're going to have them start running once we get this gas situation situated, so to speak. I'm going to put these down on priority 4, just because it's just a thing I want to keep in mind, but not something we have to do immediately. Bob? Hello, Bob. So, Ren, you are officially Bob. Keep up the good work. You will serve the colony well. Did I give Ren a hat? Or Bob a hat? Bob, you have a hat. Wear a hat, Bob. Because he's the builder. We had a Bob the Builder and a Bob, too. In the RimWorld playthroughs. I think Johnny Cat named him. I love the consistency of cheesy jokes. I'm all about it. I love the cheese. So here's something I want to do. I'm going to put a mesh tile here. I'm going to go over to bottle emptier. We're going to put one of those bad boys right there. We should have a refrigerator for these guys, but it's all wild plants, so I'm not going to worry about it. There we go, Bob. That's the ticket, Bob. Let's also throw down a little storage box or two. Let's say right there. This is good stuff. Also, does anyone who want to hear a funny thing? Of course we do, Killer. Throw the funny things at us. Happy to hear the funny. Soggy feet and hypothermia. Don't worry. You have other things. He's like, I missed the comfortable base. We used to eat barbecue, and my main job was to work out in the gym and run on a wheel. I felt so healthy and happy. It's like, yeah, well, you live on a frozen radioactive ocean with an exploding geyser. Ugh. Could you imagine? So, like, this is where my brain goes. Maybe I'm a crazy person. Can you imagine the crazy noises these guys hear? Because this heat is intersecting with this cold. So all of the, like, rock and stuff in here is constantly going in flux through different temperatures. Like, swelling and shrinking and, like, all this stuff. They must hear, like, these, like, crackling, hard rock noises constantly. Like, that's gotta be, like, freaking scary shit if you think about it. Alright, real quick. Let's get them some steel over on the other planet. We got good stuff going on over here. The plumber fucked up the other units that they did. There's a 2 level that the drain was shorting out the light on the first floor. Wow. Talk about some bullshit. Alright, Alright, we're gonna need power to get in there. Where do we want to snag power from? Now, I'm an insane person, right? Yeah, I'm an insane person. So why don't we... No, I'm insane, but I'm not that insane. I was gonna say, why don't we just grab the wire that's in our volcano setup, but let's not mess with the thing that's, you know, that could ruin our colony. Let's snag power for that from somewhere else. Ooh, we can get rid of this bridge. I remember forever ago, I was like, ooh, we can do that, so that's good. Our next door neighbor's drain in the shower wasn't draining when she was taking a shower. Ooh, that is never a good time. I've been through that. A few times, actually. So, do we want to get... I suppose it's not super efficient, but hey, nothing is super efficient in this space at this point. We're going to bring that there. We're going to slap on a conductive wire bridge right there, and that gets power to that guy, right? There's a couple other things we need to do in here. Actually, subbed with the prime. Thank you so much, Marson. Coming in here, kicking butt. I appreciate that a lot. We're going to move this ladder system again, because I want to put a... actually, let me think about that. You know what? Yeah, that's fine. Let me also go in here and make the X building. Monetary support is always appreciated and never required. Thank you so much. Like I said, I'm doing my very best to make this my my main career. So every little bit helps. Now, plumbing-wise, I don't want to steal from our main line. I do want to shift our main line a little bit, so let's have you come up there. And then we have our secondary line set up here. So let's just bring that up using this. Come over there, put a liquid vent here. Grab ourselves a bridge. No, we won't even need a bridge, right? No, we will need a bridge. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. This is a temporary line in theory, so we will put the bridge there. And do that. Don't fuck up. Yeah, don't fuck up the plumbing. I love that. It's topical. It's all synergistic, right? Okay. So they moved those. We are going to deconstruct buildings here. Go back over to our second planet. Okay, good. We pumped over the steel. So now we've got lead and steel over here on our second planet. Both are a little toasty, so it's good we insulated the cold. Oh gosh, yeah, plumbing and electrical are so vital and dangerous when messed up. We had some nasty lightning strikes around here. Oh! Don't let the lightning get you. We're going to set these on all sweep only. We do not want liquefiable here, because that goes in the dropper over there. This is going to be set to liquid. It's going to be water. All water is fine. We're gonna sweep up this stuff. Oh, I have that. We're using what the hell is this thing called? Filter sweep. All right, let's do that right there. Then we have 1.5 tons of petroleum. Let's move you. Actually, hang on. Let me see something real quick. 1.3. 4 tons. 712. Ooh. Actually, you are 1.9. Where are you? 1.9. You are absolutely perfect, my friend. Let's get you over here. Alright. Abiotic factor kept me up way past my bedtime. Fried all electronics at my mom's work. Oof. I'm so sorry. Well, Wasteland, thank you for hanging and lurking while you played. You have yourself a marvelous night's rest, and I'll look to see you again soon here. As I've said many times, and will say many times, you guys all know that I stream Monday through Saturday, noon to 6 Pacific Standard Time. So I'm here all the time. But yeah, take care of your meat suit, as I has just said. We'll be here taking care of our dupe suits. See, if you look at these guys, their property, they're made out of genetic ooze. So, dupe ooze is a slurry of water, carbon, and dozens of trace elements. Duplicants are printed from pure ooze. So, goop suits, yeah. So, dupes, although they can get scalded and hurt about 70 degrees, their bodies won't melt until 9,726.9 degrees C. Add 2 degrees because it's 2 degrees up or down from their melting point. So basically 9,730-ish degrees to melt a dupe. I don't think you can actually do that in the game. You can get some pretty extreme temperatures, but I don't know if you can actually achieve melting a dupe. I know you can melt a printing pod if you really try hard. It's not an easy thing to do. Alright, so we got them working over there. Yeah. We're going to do that so our mechatronics engineer focuses on building the mechatronics stuff. So the reason I shifted this over is we need a liquid reservoir. Now, in theory, we don't have to make this out of steel, but it's going to overheat before we cool this place down if we don't. So I like to put my liquid reservoir in here for my coolant. I suppose it doesn't actually matter what coolant we use. What's the freezing point? I might just use petroleum for nonsense, since we're getting out of this playthrough anyway. Freeze point at -57. I think I'm just going to use petroleum in the cooling loop. Yay, petroleum. It's going to be such a weird cooling loop. It's going to start obscenely hot. So what we're going to do down here, before I forget, let's put in the temp shift plates, right? Grab temp shift plates. We're not going crazy, so we're just going to make these out of granite. We're going to go here, here, and here, so they're not touching the tiles to inject temperature between them. Then we're going to go back into our plumbing, grab our radiant pipe out of copper. Now, I think what we can do is something a little like... Huh. Fun little mini game trying to figure out how you want to run your cooling. So that's going to be our cooling loop. That would be an interesting endgame challenge, getting a true game over. Destroy the portal so dupes can't spawn, then killing the colony. Oh, That is an interesting, interesting idea, Blue. Oh, I forgot we actually have to bring stuff in here. Hang on a second. So let's say our aqua tuner is just going to go up here like the rest of our aqua tuners, right? Because it doesn't matter. We could shift a few things. It really, really doesn't matter. We could legit put it right here, which we might just do. In fact, yeah, we'll probably just stick the son of a bitch down over here. That being said... Okay. Let me cancel that. So we want our output to go up to our aqua tuner, right? So we'll make that radiant, but let's say this comes up to the aqua tuner out here somewhere, right? And then we're going to come back in. Let's say if we go up, hit the thermosensor into the input. Output will be here. So we could, in theory, to make it nice and tight, go this way. Right? So this would be our endpoint over here. Then we measure from our endpoint. So we're going to do... jump over... This is a fun little mini game in all oxygen not included playthroughs, right? So we need this to go... Now that is damn near perfect like that. So it comes in, spirals around, and goes into here. And then that gets dot built there and comes out. And that's our cooling loop. I like that. That will do for now. I want to get both of these lines completely full. Just because I want these pipes to stay as full as possible for the sake of heat distributing and boiling the water. Alright, there we go. Now, petroleum is really not an optimal coolant for this, but are we doing anything optimally at this point? Who knows? How did water get in here? Probably, yeah, okay. So let's get the, back over to Planet 2. Didn't I tell you to put a hat on, Bob? And this is going to be unbreathable. Carbon dioxide, copy settings, paste settings. There we go. This is a hard hat zone, dang it. Yeah, exactly. Let's empty this at a, we'll say at a 9. Now, don't let me forget about all this. Okay. So let me try and explain what I'm doing here. I think most people who play Ani probably get what's going down here. We're going to fill this with a liquid. We're going to run cooling in here. And so we're going to fill this up to here. We're going to put an aqua tuner to chill that liquid down, probably below freezing just to start, right? Then we're going to put a rail system in here. And anything that we pick up, basically... Order of operations, Nether. This place is going to be hot. We're keeping this place at least 150 degrees. That's the goal. It boils the water. We might even turn this up a little bit. So the dirt in here is never going to cool down on its own, and putting it on a rail in here is not going to do anything. It'll stay at the same temperature. So any of the dirt or anything else that spawns over here, basically we're going to put in an automation system, and it's going to send it to rotate in this chill box. Once it's chilled down below, I don't know, let's say if it's below 40°C, then this thing will send it off. So all of the dirt will get picked up. Anything over here that's a solid will get picked up, shoved over here, come in and start rotating. It'll come on here, bridge on, so it'll prioritize the stuff that's rotating in there before it puts new stuff on. It'll rotate around in the box, exchanging temperature on the rails with anything that's with the liquid that's in there. Once it's below 40, this will kick on. It'll shove it out here and go to our main storage. We'll put those rails in a second. Well, actually, might as well queue them up, right? And so that'll go down to our main storage, which, in theory, we would be changing the location of eventually, but doesn't look like we're going to get to that point. And so that will be that rail system there. This chill box will eventually get used also to cool down this igneous rock here, but we're not going to put that igneous rock in here directly. What we're going to do is this stuff is coming out at 430 degrees-ish, because that's the temperature this needs to be swapped out for fresh lava to keep this, magma to keep this going. So we're going to delete that corner at one point, corner grab this stuff, and put it on a rotating rail system. Basically, it's going to pull that stuff out, it's going to come up here, and it's going to rotate under the steam chambers, dumping its heat down until it's at 150 degrees, basically. Probably set it a little higher than the temperature in here, just to account for fluctuations. And that stuff, once it's at the temperature of our sauna, will then go through this exact same system and then get dumped into here to be chilled down and then brought back into base. So this chill box is very important. Realistically, we should be making it a lot bigger, but it fits there. I don't want to spend more time doing that. Hello, Tachyon. It is kitty time. Hey, bub. You want to come say hi? Midstream cat break? Come here, my lovely kitty boy. Come here, sir. Let's get some love. Yes, he's a good boy. Who's my boy? Are you the boy? Oh, he loves shoulder time. It is tack attack time. For anybody who's new, watching back on the VODs, whatever the case may be, this is Tachyon. He is my sweet baby boy. What are you, about 3 years old now, bub? 3 or 4? I think you're 3. I got him. Doc estimated he was about 5 to 6 months old. We think he was born sometime in April. I've had him for 2 or 3 years. You lose track of time at a certain point, right? You're such a handsome boy. You are. You're such a lovely, handsome baby. I love this cat. He will drive me nuts sometimes. He totally just duffed one of my speakers the other night, just shoved it off the desk because he was in a bad mood, because I wasn't paying enough attention or didn't play with him enough that day. But he is such a good boy in general. He'll come and snuggle with me when I'm in bed and stuff like that. He likes to be a little spoon. Hey, Bubba. Such a good boy. Oh, you make it hard to go back to streaming, sir. I love him so much. He wants head scratches real bad. The only reason I don't have it running right now on even while I'm scratching the kitty is because these dupes are not doing anything. So, I love you, buddy. Come on, give Dada just a little bit more time, all right? Okay. Let's do some adjustments to this place. We're gonna need power, so we're gonna hook that up. Yeah, we'll hook that up. Let's make sure to keep an eye over here on our chill tank. Now, in an optimal world, this is a chill tank full of supercoolant with supercoolant in the thing, and we just freeze this down to a block of ice. I will usually use either polluted water... No liquid output, huh? I'll usually use polluted water. It honestly doesn't matter as much what fluid you use. Water, polluted water, whatever. In theory, you could make most of this out of metal if you wanted and just have, you know, metal tiles frozen for the sake of storing up the chill. What is important is the coolant in the pipes. So the rails don't care if we're going through solids or liquids over here. So whatever material we use, which is going to just end up being petroleum in the loop, is what's going to wind up happening. This is just going to be a whole, like, we're going to start at 135 degrees and bring this down to, like, -20 over time. It's going to take a little while, but it'll do the trick. Okay, you guys are doing your thing over here. This is all oxygen in here. Realistically, I would really love to get that out of there before we start this thing. So let's do the next round of shipment over to the planet. Let's send over... How much plastic do we have here? 8 tons. We're going to need plastic on the other planet. And again, we're going to play this as if we're not... we're going to play this as if we're not going to start a new playthrough on Thursday. We will start a new playthrough for the DLC, but it's hard to talk, like, about the playthrough without talking about your eventual plans. Tack, don't you see this is the last time we'll see this colony? Right? Right? He's not aware of the implications here. So the reason I want to get plastic over here is I'm going to set up a high pressure vent, and we're going to get the gas out of here, so it's just CO2. You know what? Yeah, for the sake of not allowing water to get down here, we're going to swap those to airflow tiles, delete that, sweep everything out of here, and then put an airflow tile there. That way water doesn't get down here and get in the way, because it feels like we're going to have a problem with water moving all over the place gradually in here. That gives them a little bit of work to do. There's the edge of our map on this side. There's the thing we were looking for. So we've got all of our things that are essential that we're looking for. I think next on the agenda, so we don't break our nature reserve, let's put a door here. Bring that guy up there. Do that. And do that. Now, if we check out our star map, that tells us what kind of geysers we have. And we have 4. I mean, they list this. They don't tell you the quantity. It's possible we have doubles of any given one of these. But given my experience with radioactive oceans, it's usually just one of each. And we've seen most of the map already, so we're not going to worry too hard about all that. Oh, no, 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 no. We're not getting enough petrol in here, so let's not... This is where we need to massively, massively increase our petroleum. Now, since we are starting a new playthrough, I'm not going to go crazy on this thing because we've spent so much time on the Slickster ranches that it's absolutely obscene. Maybe we should have gone with crude. We have a lot more crude. Well then. Well then, well then, well then. Should have probably gone with crude. How can Nether fix this with very low effort? It becomes the question. No, you can't reverse the state change. So I've got an idea. Is it a good idea? No. But we want to get our petroleum back in here, right? We've got our pumps down here to take care of stuff moving around. We're starting to get molten slicksters in the mix, but not all of them. Can we get molten slickster? Do we have molten slickster eggs? Okay, I think it's legitimately time to proper switch over to molten slicksters. Alright, remove, remove, remove. Because we need to increase the amount of petroleum we're putting out. So we are going to try to proper switch over to molten slicksters. Might cause a slight dip in our production of animals. But we're at 3 million calories of barbecue. Do you not have a smart battery on that row of 5? No. No smart. They're never going to stop running. We want all the water that's coming out of them, and we want all the CO2 coming out of them. They are designed to run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you want, I can explain the loop to you. The 3 oil wells plus a few slicksters produces enough oil to continually produce a full pipe of crude. That full pipe of crude gets turned into petroleum via the petroleum boiler here and then pumped out to the generators. The reason this loop works so well is because with these running full time, the carbon dioxide from these running full time can feed 75 slicksters. 75 slicksters is enough to feed 45 to 50 duplicants on barbecue indefinitely forever. In addition to that, the water that comes out of these generators is more than the water we have to put into the oil wells to get crude out. So as long as these are running constantly, we have a water positive process, a food positive process, and a power positive process. There's no need for these generators to ever shut down if we do this correctly. Attack quake, yes. So I know how the loop works, but that's a lot of petroleum. Yeah, I mean that's the whole point. We're not worried about using the petroleum. We want the heat, we want the electricity, we want all of that. I mean, I learned from Francis John, and so like literally in his tutorial, he's like, you never, ever, ever want to turn these off. Let me stress, like, basically he's like, let me stress the fact you never turn this off. We have automation to turn on and off these guys. If we had any type of other power system, we'd have automation to turn that on and off. But with the petroleum, we're always going to be cooking it. I've just been lazy about switching over to molten slicksters because reasons. Mostly because there's just been a lot going on in this playthrough. But I'm just like, screw it. Let's get switched over to molten slicksters. This is all set up to filter stuff, so as soon as more of these are molten slicksters, we won't have to worry. We have a second volcano and 2 more oil reservoirs, so if I wanted to just focus on this planet and not even worry about... Like, I could spend another 500 cycles on this planet making it perfect. We could get this turned into a second petroleum boiler. We could bring this cold CO2 to mix with the hot oil from the leaky oil fissure, drop more CO2 and oil down here, more or less get to the point where we have 2 full-time petroleum boilers, double up on our generators, double up on our slickster farms, more or less create enough food to feed 100 duplicants or so. But I wanted to get over to the second planet, so there's a lot of things that kind of just went the wayside. Welcome in, by the way. Sorry, I didn't mean to be aggressive. I feel like I came off pretty aggressive, and I apologize for that. That's not my nature. I just kind of have to pee, to be honest with you. I'm going to take a bathroom break in a second here. Digging, operating, and suit wearing, but undigging. No, thank you. Unconstructive, no. Building impaired, no. We don't need the pinch of pepper, but let's grab that. But yeah, we're going to keep the petroleum going. When we get converted over to molten slicksters, we'll have plenty of excess, even to run a rocketry program, so not overly worried about that. But I should be using other liquids for this. I just kind of got lazy about things. I'm going to deconstruct this tile and let all of this petroleum flow back down. And we will switch over to crude. Let's snip that there. And we can go like that. Now that should just all gradually go down here and get pumped back into storage. With some fun water mechanics. Or liquid mechanics, as it were. And we just mop that stuff up. But come back over here and focus on Watoni. Anyway, as we were saying earlier, we're going to be switching over to the new DLC come Thursday anyway, so we're just kind of doing a few random things to get this place, just have a little bit of fun today with it. I really should do, like, crazy nonsense, but... Cool salt slush. So we got hot water on this side, and it looks like it's going to be cold water on this side. Interesting. Would have liked one cold, one hot on either side, just to dump into 2 tanks so that the temperature, evened out a little bit. But it doesn't really matter what the temperature is. We'll still have plenty of shenanigans to get up to. Nature Reserve is still intact. Actually, yeah, let me take that restroom break. I'm going to put up the link to Bobby's music, so if you guys enjoy the music from the Be Right Back screen, please go check him out. Good dude. I'll see everybody back here in a few moments. Get up and take care of your meat suit. Okay, I am back. Thank you for indulging my biological needs. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm trying to think what I need these dupes to do, and more or less, I think we just kind of need them to start like. Well, need them to continue insulating. We'd like our base to get up to a more reasonable temperature. And we've got a lot of cold over here, barely warm over here, so I'm thinking we want to start getting our... How can we get our hands on some... 21. What's the freeze point on you? Probably right around there, right? Yeah. We need to get our hands on a little bit of ethanol. Huh. No, we'll use some petroleum is what we'll do. It's not cold enough to freeze the petroleum. I'm not really seeing anywhere on here that would totally freeze it. So yeah, let's use the tools at our disposal. What we're gonna do is we're gonna start insulating down to here. We'll leave that block for now. We'll do this, and we will dig out, because I like to have our main tile work like be 3 wide. So our main travel hallway be 3 wide. We'll get that stuff swept out of there for now. Yes, Tachyon, don't you worry, buddy. Don't you worry. Everything is fine. And over here, that got sorted. So let's just do that. You know what? We might just... You need to be made out of... We're going to deconstruct you. Gotta love to see a sorting system work on your behalf. We're going to put one down here made of ceramic. And we're going to start getting all of the petroleum and crude that's on the map down here. Because we've got so many little bottles of it all over the place. I need to get that all sorted out, including these. So let's move these bad boys. Say here at a very high priority, because nothing ever gets moved if it's not. That being said, we do want to start getting something into this tank. Stop it, kitty. Stop it. It doesn't matter too much what we use in here. So this is our secondary crude. I know crude is like a terrible cool bank thing, but I don't want to fuss with trying to get water in here. Again, this is probably the last day we're going to be on this. Oh, no. Really screwed up there. Let me let that move just a hot second. Right? That could have been pretty bad. Our last generator is a little starved for power. There we go. Should kick on now. Is everything out of there? Everything is out of there. We could easily use something else for coolant. It does, whatever. It does, like, I'm starting to get to the point where I'm like, I'm not sure why I'm even playing this game today if we're going to start a new playthrough on Thursday. Because we have no end game goal. It's just all been like, let's just have some fun playing the game, right? So, I'm like, I'm torn on where to put my attention. Because no matter where we put our attention, it's not really going to matter. So, and we don't have anything set up as like a grand finale because I wasn't really paying too much attention. Wasn't paying any attention to Ani, honestly, as far as when the release was coming out of the DLC. So it's fresh news to me that that's the case. So I'm not even sure what we're going to do. I'd like to have like some grand flourishing finale move, like, okay, today is the last day on this playthrough, let's blow up a planet. Not that you can actually do that. But zero planning was done on my part, so we're just kind of continuing on as if we're playing on a long-term playthrough. As I said, I might end up just having this be my off-camera fuck-around world, because I do like the way it's coming together. I like the dupes we have. The last time I did something where we got on 2 planets and we did all this, I had too many dupes. I kept chasing the food paradigm because I was just like, oh, you're a decent dupe, print. Oh, you're a decent dupe, print. I think by the end of that playthrough, we had something like 67 dupes spread out across 3 or 4 planets, most of which were on the home planet. It was a nightmare. Even with all of the stuff, all of the infrastructure we had in place to feed all of them, it was just a never-ending situation. Alright, I'm going to turn that one off temporarily until this gets vacuumed out. Bob, 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 Bob. He does not want to put his hat on. I don't know why. Not my problem, though. What are you doing? Huh. It'll mess up his hair, absolutely. Let's give them a few more things to do. We're on high-level micro over here because we're doing specific stuff. All of this is nonsense. All of this is nonsense. I am, like... I don't know how you rate trying things, but I am putting zero effort into what's going on over here. I'm just like, yeah, whatever happens, happens. Mop all that nonsense up. Eventually, all that crude and petroleum that's just scattered about the map will find its way back down there. This was another side project we were working on over here, the shortening of this loop. Excellent. So yeah, tomorrow we're going to be getting back to the Sea Ice RimWorld playthrough. Thursday we'll be starting a new colony on the Oxygen Not Included DLC. Friday will be more RimWorld. Saturday we're going to continue on with our journeys in Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight has been a lot larger and more difficult than I would have anticipated it being. The game is very, very robust for what it is. We finally have 0 eggs in there, so we can deconstruct this, go into our rail system. You are absolutely unnecessary at the moment. Gotta love looking at Ani physics. Metroidvanias and roguelites have that in common. Bigger than you'd think at first glance. Yeah, so a lot of what I'm basing my my thought process on for Hollow Knight is the fact that we did that playthrough of Ori and the Blind Forest, and also Ori and Will of the Wisp. Those games, they went... I want to say they went faster. It was like 2 or 3 days a piece to knock those out. Will of the Wisps was a little longer because I refused to look things up, and I got to the point where I was like, what was it? It was, oh God, my brain hurts. Deconstruct. Actually, no, cancel that till we're ready. What was I trying to say? Sorry, I can't think, talk, and game at the same time. It's a shortcoming on my part. But what was the blah 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 blah? I got stuck on Will-o'-the-Wisps, and I didn't want to look anything up. So that wound up being the downfall there. That was the only thing that made it take as long as it did. I think that one took 3, maybe 4 play sessions, whereas Blind Forest, I think, took 2. Will-o'-the-Wisps, I think, is still my favorite Metroidvania, or platformer, or whatever you want to call it. It really takes... You can tell that it took a lot of influence from Hollow Knight, or vice versa. I'm not sure which one came first. But it is a really... Basically, everything that you... How do I put this? I think everything that you would want that type of game to be is done very well. I usually see a Metroidvania as a subgenre of platformer. Okay, cool, cool. That's a good way to look at it, I suppose. So basically, I set this so that all the petroleum and crude bottles around the map are just getting dumped down here. I've made a mess across the board with so many things on this, so also I think what I'd like to do is slap a block there. I would prefer not every single level here be completely inundated. Like, there should be no more reason for any of that or this to get oil on them, just kind of like how you see it's clean over here. So we'll do some random mopping. We do have mesh tiles here and here, so this is always going to get covered in nonsense. We could theoretically like put like a little pump down here to take care of overflow, but again, what are we doing here? You know, what are we trying to get done today? All right, we sent plastic over there. We sent steel. We sent lead. What were the other things I said we needed over there? Watoni. So if we're going to do geothermal or nuclear, we need steel. We got a little bit of plastic over here, so that's fine. We've got lead for wiring. We're not going to bring diamond over here. There's just no need. I like to use diamond in, like, the scenarios where we really need to use diamond. You know, I'm gonna stop that for right now, just because I want them to build that first, I think. Yeah, that's fine. Look, the pip is stuck in an infinite glitch. It wants to plant the oxyfern, but as soon as it feels like it's not able to breathe, it stops. Yay, infinite glitches. I don't know what I was talking about, but basically, yeah. Oh no, I mean, it's fine. It's a wild pip. I'll sweep the oxyfern seed. There, we'll cancel the sweep now. It saw us as prioritized. That got him out of his loop. I do love this whole pipe system. Mandu! Here for Lurky Lurks. I hope you have a great stream now. Thank you, Mandu. Smoke said that you also stream. I don't think I knew that, so I'm going to give Mandu a shout-out. Mandu the Great. Go check out Mandu. And if I'm not following you already, let me make sure that I do. Bing, bang, boom. You are officially followed, Mandu. Yeah, if anybody else out there streams, please feel free to let me know. I always shout people out when I have the opportunity to do so. We try to support our friends and family over here on the channel. You know what? Let's speed this process along a little bit. Door. We need more projects for these dupes. I, honest to God, don't even know what to do. Ooh, I got an idea. So, too much liquid. Fine. I'm over this thing. Let's let that happen. Let's grab a conductive wire and bring this up without destroying the nature reserve. That tile can go because it's not an important tile. Because we need power to this thing, theoretically. I want to be able to send stuff back over to that other planet. Fair, good to listen to your meat suit. I stream more sporadically though. It's whenever my body feels up to it. Yeah. I'm a very, like, when I get into something, I become very hyper-obsessed with it. Currently, my hyperfixation is Dyson Sphere program, but my long-term hyperfixation is definitely... That's the right order of operations. Streaming has become my long-term hyperfixation. I was telling the story earlier. Sorry, I'm distracted by dupe micromanagement. Also, I forgot to do a thing. Hey, Tachyon. What's up, buddy? Uh-huh. Tack thinks it's time to end stream. Our early stream today, buddy? No, we can't do that. I'm using true tiles for the first time ever. I'm going to put a tile there so we can corner build that without dumping a bunch of CO2 into our base. Kitty tail. Hi, bud. I'm going to drink some of my lemonade. There we go. Cat pillow. Gosh, my boy. Oh, he's a good boy. He would stay like this forever, but then you guys would have Nether, like, full lean status. Like, he loves this. Alright. You're off to the races. Gotta go eat some bugs. I use a rig light for video meetings. It's ring light. Okay, yeah. I've talked about it before. I just have my monitor up there, my TV up there, set to be blank white screen. Hey, buddy. This is starting to get a little old, bud. It's just starting to get a little bit old. Now, again, we're not staying in this playthrough forever, but let me explain my thought process with all of this. Yes, is this an unnecessary project at the moment to shorten up this thing and tighten it up. We don't need the space for the base. This is running fine. Why am I doing this? If we're talking about long term, if you look at our resources, we've got 3.5 tons of copper and only 39.6 tons of copper ore. We've been going real hard on all of our stuff, all of our resources. So if we can reclaim any copper by shortening up a system that's become kind of obsolete, or like was, you know, we basically gave ourselves a lot of elbow room. So we're going back. Oh yeah, that would need the evening light. Those Elgato lights that shines directly on me. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've considered using a green screen before. I literally had people in my stream at one point be like, no, don't use green screens. I hate green screens. And I've had other people be like, have you ever thought about using a green screen? And so, like, I don't currently have one. I have no intentions of getting one, but I'm not saying that I won't. Neurospiciness, I don't recommend it. Tachyon, you need to calm down, buddy. You need to calm down. If you destroy another $700 speaker, Daddy is just going to cry. Nothing bad will happen to you, of course. Doesn't like fur? Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Of course there's too much liquid down there. So we'll just start to fill that in and push it up to deal with it. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Okay, so we had a few goals for today's stream with this planet before we knew that the DLC was officially coming out on Thursday. The main goal was to get our air situation sorted. We got air pumped over from the other planet last time. We increased the number of valves and extended the pipe. The main thing we had to do is make sure we got our CO2 under control. We've created this little system of just storing up here rather than scrubbing it because we don't need it that badly. So we'll just store it. I must go for go mod for smoke, though. I'll see you guys on the flip side. Yeah, sounds good, Mandu. You have yourself an amazing night. We will be here for the next few hours, and then we'll do other stuff. Okay, let's keep an eye on everything over here. I'm trying to think of the shopping list we need to send over there. We really don't need much of anything. We sent over some petroleum for liquid locks and overpressurizing gas vents. We sent over some steel for the necessary stuff to get that going. We sent over some plastic. Over here, we're gradually getting things where they need to be. We have recycled our petroleum back into our tank here. Okay, one more time at turning off our emergency polluted oxygen situation. And they're all working on this. Excellent, excellent. What are you doing? Yeah, fresh magma. Can we not reach this? There we go. Number 47. Number 46. Why? Because I have you on life support first? Right. Life support and tidying. Let's knock that down. That way we get some stuff done. And the pip is back into the infinite loop. Good job, Pip. The Pip is stuck again. Yep. Pip is stuck again. Okay. I gotta say, as far as Ani playthroughs go, I think this is my favorite. I've done a lot of Ani playthroughs. We've done long ones, we've done challenge ones, we've done short ones. I'm very proud of all the systems that were put into place, the way they interact. We had some pitfalls as we went along. You know, just basically some stuff that was like, you know, we had to deal with temporary systems until we could get more permanent systems. So it did mean moving a few things around gradually. So at the moment, I think I'm very happy with where all of this is at. And it's just a really, really awesome playthrough. So part of me will be sad to see it go. But at the same time, you know, it'll be great to start a new adventure with new critters and new mechanics. I think what I'd like to do, since the new DLC focuses around... Since the new DLC focuses around all the cold stuff, we're definitely going to start on the cold planet, right? And what we're going to do is, I would like to split the map. Maybe not directly down the center, but I'd like to run a hot side and a cold side with a nice temperate base in the middle. If that makes any sense. So, like, basically, like, let's say this was the planet. Let's say this square here. That would be our core base. We'd have an insulated spike going all the way down and an insulated spike going all the way up. This side would be frozen to like -100, and this side would be an industrial sauna just cooking. I really like the idea of doing that. I think that's going to be how we approach it. I'm not sure if I specifically have a goal for the playthrough. I guess that's a good question to ask. Do you guys have anything in particular that you want to see me do in the new playthrough? Like, is there a goal we should set for the playthrough? Is there like, should we just treat it as the new long-term stream base? Should we do like a 1-month tester? Should we do, and then start a new world? Should we do, you know, should we do any sort of crazy challenge on it? Like, is there any thought process on that? Because I'd be curious to know what you guys would like to see. For me, I don't plan on picking up any more oxygen not included challenges. Whatever you do, it should try to use the new stuff as much as possible. Yeah, we're gonna run a cold base for the vast majority of the time. We might, like I said, I like the idea of doing a hot and cold base and having our dupes live in a nice temperate climate in the middle, but we're probably gonna stick to being frozen for quite some time. Maybe we don't go hot and cold. Maybe we just run everything as a friggin' icebox. We run into issues with the toilet water and stuff like that, though, right? Like, there's no opposite to an aqua tuner to move temperature around. Who wants dinner of Black Forest ham, cheese, and mayo with me? If you ditch the mayo for some Dijon mustard, I'm down. I'm more of a mustard than mayo guy. I like a little bit of watching the Pip go back to the loop. Oh, shit. That is officially done. Now, I know that that's going to be horrible coolant. I'd rather use regular water for coolant at this point. I'm gonna miss this playthrough. Like, I'm gonna miss this playthrough a lot. I'm not gonna lie. This map perfectly embodies what I like about the game. The volcanoes, the petroleum, the industrial sauna, all of it really is just what I absolutely love about this game. The liquid tepidizer, yeah. It's just a matter of, like... What was I trying to say? There's not, like, something that, like, heats up the water and dumps the chill somewhere else. Like, the liquid tepidizer would just heat it up. I guess we could use that as, like, we'll have to play with everything. Sweetle eggs. Aw. Aw, buddies. I like you. I think I'll like you on the other planet more, but... I love Nisbet, but I don't like her her loadout here. We gotta take the Sweetle eggs. I could have installed Ani to learn at my own pace. You mean in your new house right now, or like what's what do you mean? What's stopping you from learning at your own pace? Yeah, we're going to play with a lot of different mechanics because I would like to run a cold base for the vast majority of time with that playthrough. But as I said, I'd also love to... Okay, we're going to have to do a few things strategically here. So I think we're probably just going to stick with running a cold base right off the bat. We'll deal with outhouses and wash basins as much as we have to. There is an ice melter in the game at our new place and have way too many games to play. Oh, okay. Yeah. I have too many games to play as well. I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm so excited to play Dyson Sphere Program tonight. I may or may not hang out in Discord, depending on what else is going on with the evening, because I have no idea yet. But I have been absolutely fucking loving that game. Last night, I unlocked Planetary Logistics, which is basically these logistics. Zeus Hammer acquired. Some RimWorld action going on over here. The Persona one from your relics, because that thing was fucking god tier. You gotta get you a vampire. Kill happy, calm thoughts. What a freaking great Persona, Zeus Hammer. Yeah, if you get... So, like, in your position, what I'd be angling to do is to get... you know me, I always get at least 2 vamps just in case one accidentally gets killed or kidnapped or something, so you can keep the bloodline going. But I would be looking to get a vamp that leads an army of ghouls. Basically, like... That's what I'm going to try and do on the Sea Ice playthrough as well, now that we have vampires and ghouls. What we're going to end up doing is we'll have Humph be our, like, melee vampire, get them a freaking relic, all that good jazz. But we're going to have at least 5 ghouls by the end of it. All of which will have nuclear stomachs, because that way... Let's lock that door. Because if they don't have nuclear stomachs, they can get real heavy on the eating, so... You know, Gave it to Storm. 14 melee brawler, natural meditation. That is a good pick right there. Like a melee vampire caster is just such a good pawn. Like such a good pawn. We're going to deconstruct those. We need a second outhouse. Somebody's going to pee themselves right now, so... Yeah, so... That is a big thing that I like to do. Ghouls are very strong melee pawns. If you can get a tough Itakeen, that's a great start. You put on the ghoul plating, ghoul barbs, adrenal heart, and then if you can do some gene manipulation to like make them even more badass, throw on some bionics like stone skin gland, etc., etc., you could get a really, really amazing, amazing ghoul. The thing about it is, you do still want a caster to deal with large crowds. Ghouls can get really amazing. If you have 5 to 10 ghouls fully decked out, they're going to be able to handle most situations. But even throwing 5 god ghouls at like a 200 tribal raid, I'm hesitant to believe they're gonna survive and kill everything in there. But if you have 5 ghouls and like 2 badass caster vampires, both of which wielding legendary Persona Zeus hammers from the Relic quests, both having Masterwork or legendary shield belts, and having the good psycasts like Skip, Berserk Pulse, and Invisibility, I've had 2 vampires take out upwards of 130 to 150 tribals just on their own. For those of you that were here for the Sanguiphage start playthrough that we did, that's going to be a problem. I don't know if you guys see what happened, but water dropped down and froze and pushed our petroleum over here. This is why liquid locks on a cold planet are very difficult. This is going to be the same problem we're going to run into. This is probably good practice messing around with the cold over here, because it's the problem we're going to run into on... Did we sweep everything out of here? Yeah, we did. So let's button that up. Just make sure. Yep. But yeah, I'm a big fan of vampire casters. Okay, we're gradually getting switched over to Molten Slicksters now that they're the only ones incubating. And it's looking like we got the vast majority of the map moved over there. Of course, now I need a few blobs of petroleum, so, you know. Let's do a 7 sweep on all this stuff. Get that out of here. Watoni. So, what we're going to do... Of course you did. Of course you did. We're going to double down on our outhouses. We're going to put in 2, not because we need it for the number of dupes, but because we need it for scheduling purposes. If one of the outhouses is out of order and they don't have time to clean it, then we could wind up making a mess. That's something I really should have taken into consideration. You guys are just mopping over there. That's fine. We need to get our third dupe over here. How is Abe doing over here? Abe is... only got 2 skill points. Only got 2 skill points. And they're at 4 athletics. I blame you for making me choose sheet ice and room. Sea ice or ice sheet? I mean, I'm always to blame, I suppose, but... Also, you know how you have food issues in your gameplay? I have fixed that with fishing. Oh, you're modding it? Cool. Okay, so... you know what? I'm just going to use crude as coolant. I'm just going to use crude as coolant. It's fine. I don't really care. We're not even going to get this turned on, realistically. Maybe we'll get it turned on by the end of stream, but... it'll be fine. Let's get that dug up. Also, blocks from ice. The sea under the ice would have currents. Ice fish is totally real. Yes, yeah. As we always talk about, you should play the game the way that makes you happy. I never wanted to play challenges. Challenges just kind of became what I did over time, gradually. Not even really sure how we wound up getting there, but we did. And now that's what we're doing, so... and that's ice. So we're going to get that blob in place. Then we're going to dig that out and do the same thing where we put an insulated tile there. This is going to be awkward, but it's going to be what it is, I suppose. Poor Pip. You know what? Like, I'll sweep that for real, buddy. Okay, it won't even let us sweep it. Fine. Moving away from mods that aren't realistic, but more realistic. Yeah, it's... like I said, everybody should play games the way that they want unless it hurts others. So if you're playing a single-player game, there's no reason to worry about how you play the game, whether it's a good idea, a bad idea, whatever. You know, there are a lot of people out there that try to make others feel guilty or bad about one thing or another as far as... you know, we'll harvest everything. Please get those pulled. I want to put down another outhouse. I think the only time you have to worry about how you're playing a game is if you're playing a game with other people. Because then if you do something that upsets other people, you know, when you play a multiplayer game, you have a social contract in addition to the way the game works itself. You have the added situation of if your method of playing ruins somebody else's good time, that might be a time to consider not doing it. But if you're playing a single player game, set it on hard, set it on easy, mod the shit out of it, play it vanilla, you know, redo all the artwork to look like Baloo the bear from the Jungle Book. It doesn't matter what you do, as long as you're having a good time and you feel good about it. That's all there is. You know, we're only on this world for a short time. Might as well make the best of it and not worry too much about. All right, we don't have someone who can activate this yet. Games are for fun, after all. Exactly. I mean, I'm the jackass who's trying to make a career out of playing video games, but, you know, they're still fun. You know, I'm enjoying the hell out of playing this game. I enjoy the hell out of the RimWorld playthrough. I would say that if I was only playing games for fun and I wasn't streaming, I would probably be playing Dyson Sphere Program right now. But I'm not playing just for fun. I am playing for... I'm playing for stream as well as playing for fun. I enjoy all the games I play. I don't think I'll ever stop playing Ani or RimWorld. I mean, it's entirely possible. You never know what's going to happen. Maybe I'll find another game that I get totally addicted to and you guys all love and it's good for the stream and we completely switch gears. But I've built the entire community and audience around RimWorld, Oxygen not included, and a little bit of Minecraft, so I don't anticipate switching that up. I always said I would play Minecraft forever. I really love that game. Have a good time playing it. Had a good time playing it, however you want to put it. But I'm currently on a bit of a break from Minecraft just because there's so many other things that I want to play. You guys know I got hard stuck into Satisfactory, and with 1.0 releasing, we're going to be getting back into that as well. So there's a lot. There's a lot to do in the gaming world. I think if I cloned myself and lived 10 lifetimes apiece, I still wouldn't actually be able to play every single game that I want. So you gotta do what you gotta do. That is substantial amounts of crude, like an unnecessary amount. So can we backflow that? No, we can't. So what we'll do... Yeah, we won't backflow it. We'll just drain the pipe into here. And we'll call that gravy on this side. Then we have to put in rail systems over here. The thing is, the second planet right now is very micro-intensive. So that's why I keep, like, pausing it over here, is because every time we do something over here, the other dupes are over there, like, not getting shit done. I don't think they can actually build that high. That is going to be awkward. So what we're going to do is we're going to temporarily deconstruct that tile, and that tile so they can build these things. And then we'll put them back in. Almost like I planned that shit. Alright, we'll have to do a little bit of back and forth on our tile building and deleting. It'll take some of this stuff offline momentarily. Well, actually, it looks like they can get to everything. Cool. Set up our overflow like that. I could have thought about that a little harder and like made it a little nicer, but it is what it is. Sure, why not? What is that connected to? Yeah, we don't want to run the aqua tuner on that line. Welcome back, Barb. We are doing nonsense. I don't know if you were here when everybody was talking about it earlier on, but the DLC apparently officially releases on Thursday. So now there's carbon dioxide in here, so I have to deconstruct that. I have to empty that. So we're going to be starting a new Ani playthrough on Thursday. Finally had a cold snap that didn't last 40 plus days. They can be brutal, can't they? Actually, cancel for a second. Can we empty this? Oh, we can't empty that. So can we empty this? Okay, they're emptying that. Fine. Okay. Mop. And I guess now we can dig that. Thank you for lurking, I am much appreciated. Thank you guys all for being wonderful as per usual. And I will do my best to kind of hurry this this nonsense along over here. We got to build this in to turn it back into a vacuum. I don't want temperature transitioning between the two of them. That's the whole reason we're doing this nonsense. Like I said, this is the thing about going to my second planet for me. This is why I try to make sure that everything is sorted out before we go, because there is so much micromanagement that goes into making the new planet. Why do I have so much wood? I don't know. You always have so much wood. I'm always struggling to get wood on my RimWorld playthroughs. I like legitimately have to start planting and harvesting forests. You're over there just like bam, 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 like just knocking out the forest left and right. Okay. We still nature reserve stuff? Why is that a miscellaneous room? Oh! This counts as industrial machinery. Right? Yep. High pressure gas vent counts as industrial machinery. Yeah. In a way that I don't think I've ever broken a nature reserve before, quite honestly. Okay, so, again, keeping in step with my whole thought process of let's think about this as if we were going to do this this run indefinitely. Let's talk about the plans. What are we working towards on this planet? We got the insulation where it's most needed. This side of the base will start to gradually heat up, but that'll eventually overpressure. The main thing on this planet that we don't have to do our projects is power. So that's the whole reason we're working on getting this liquid lock going down here so that we can eventually get down here and go into power. Now, I should probably be having an exosuit over here, an exosuit thing, but we'll come up with a different solution. Blah, 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 blah. I'm basically just justifying forgetting about the existence of exosuits at this point. I'd prefer them get into their exosuits as soon as they get out of the bedroom. So maybe what we'll end up doing, actually, is we'll figure out how to get... We'll move our bedrooms maybe over here or something. And we'll put an exosuit dock just right up front here with the teleporter. For now. I mean, it's not a permanent base solution, but, you know, we've got to work with what we got. Because they can't breathe on this side of things. So actually, let's cancel all that out. Guys, bingo cards? Yeah. How likely is it that Nether's going to break the nature reserve? Is it going to be in 5 minutes or 50 minutes? Guys, I'm going to have to take another quick restroom break. I do apologize. I ate a nice big breakfast this morning, so give me a second. I'll be right back. We'll do some more things and see what we get done before basically this colony is done. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'll be right back. And we're back. Said in a slightly different cadence than the way Francis John says it. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Over to our exosuit situation, right? How do I want to deal with that? Because there's no easy way to deal with it with the way things are. Alright. Again, let's pretend we're going to be in here forever, and there's not a new DLC coming out in 2 days, right? What would we want to do? I mean, this place is not where we want to set up our full-time nonsense, right? It's just... The issue becomes then that this is where our nature reserve is. So let's start thinking about how we want to... What if we start digging up to make, like, a proper... Like, maybe we put our bedroom here. Right? How many tiles is this? This is 62 tiles. Great hall. What is the bare minimum on a great hall? I forget. 32. So we can lose a few tiles there. I think I might want to do that. Like, we've got a lot of plants in here. We've got 7 plants. This one will eventually break because it's on oxalite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here. So we can lose this plant. Losing the natural whatever is not the greatest thing in the world, but I think that's what we'll do. We'll put basically an exosuit dock here and put a barracks and bedrooms in here. So this will be the floor, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this will be the ceiling right here. Yeah, I'm good with that, especially since doesn't matter. None of this matters. No, not there. So if that's the floor, we need to deconstruct that. Do I have them? Do I have our builder leveled into that? I don't, do I? Guess what? You're going to learn how to do demolition, Bob. So Bob is going to learn demolition. We're going to break that. Then we're going to put in some tiles, and we'll get this this crew a proper bedroom set up. We're basically... Two, three, 4. So this is the floor. So we're going to put that there. We're going to dig that out. Bring this up to here. Build ourselves out a tile there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oop. Am I crazy? This is the floor. No, I am crazy, but not for that reason. That is going to go there. I can't keep it together. My brain is literally stuck on Dyson Sphere program at the moment, so you'll have to excuse me. Deconstruct. And... if that's the floor, that'll be the checkpoint. Then 1, 2, 3, we'll say, for now. We're going to need refined material. We're going to need the actual exosuit docks, them exosuit forged. Ugh. Man, this is a whole thing, isn't it? Oh, wait. Yeah, that's the right spot. That's the right spot. Yeah, I'm not opposed to this as a plan, actually. We could realistically just kind of convert this gradually into our actual base. Usually I like to put a base up against the side so that we have, like, our central ladder system straight up and down the middle. But, you know, asymmetrical bases is totally cool. So we'll put our bedrooms up here on top. We'll plan for full-on bedroom type situation. This might end up breaking the barracks the way I want to do this. I'll let them do a little bit more work over here while we go back over to Butino. We'll plan for full-on bedrooms, but we're going to stick with barracks at the moment because I don't want to ship over. I don't want to deal with putting over enough plastic to make that do the thing that it does. These guys are still working on power and automation over here. Let's make sure that the... Alright, they're on top of it. I probably could have planned this better, like if I shifted over the aqua tuner by 1. I should do that. Right? I should do that. Let's move this ladder system here. Let's snip that. Why are you not going through there? Deconstruct that. That taken down. Now we put that there. Gas pipe thermosensor goes there. Or no, liquid pipe thermosensor, sorry. Deconstruct that. Have that bridge on there instead of there. Snip that. Do that. Excellent. And get rid of this extra nonsense over here. Perfect. Okay, so this is problematic. Because these ranches are all going to drown. Because the heat is not getting down here. Let's mop all of that up. Yeah. This was major oversight on my part. This entire thing should be up 1 tile. Because petroleum is going to sit on top of crude, always. And if any water comes down, any other liquids come down, it's going to... Well, can't think of everything, can ya? basically, our slicksters are stuck in these tiles. So, if at any point the liquid comes up here like it did, they're going to drown. So, I think I can make some adjustments to fix this. It'd be janky as hell, though, so we're just gonna ignore our problems. What does crude freeze at? -40. So if this is above -10, turn it on. Unreachable. Really? You can't reach it from up there? Alright, so we'll have to just kind of like backstep as we go through here. Okay, so no matter what playthrough you're playing, you can learn things. So as I was saying, this is pretty much my favorite base, but as we're seeing, it's far from perfect. I didn't account for the layering of liquids down here. If you're going to run this as a slickster ranch down here, you have to take that into account. We put this layer of mesh tiles because I was like, oh yeah, the crude will just drop down and slosh over and go in there, right? I do have a solution to this problem. It's just not a solution I want to do. So, we've got a little over an hour left, so I'm not going to do this. But the solution in my mind to this problem is instead of having this be all the way over here, what we would do is we would core out a much larger chunk in here. So where this ladder comes down, we could just core this out and stick pumps down here. And then fill this in so everything sloshes over this way to the center here. And that should theoretically take care of it. Basically, we would rip out 2 tiles. We would theoretically rip out all of that along those lines. We could minimize it. We could literally do that. And that would give us the ability to have three liquids layered on top of each other without murdering our slicksters. So we would dig out that, and then we would also dig out, let's say, those 4 tiles, and we'd stick those 2 pumps right here, rather than having them over here. We might mess around with that. We've got a lot of little side projects going on over here. Pacifist, innately stylish, caregiver, medicine, husbandry. You'd make a killer doctor, but I don't really care. I hate plug slugs. I never use them. There are ways to use them well. You basically have to lock them. You basically have to make a plug slug ranch and have wires everywhere and have those connected to a large battery system. I don't think it's worth it at the end of the day, personally. But it is an option on a planet where it's difficult to get power. But there are so many other ways to get power. Let's take the Dreklet eggs and bring them over to our wild meat ranch down here. Boop. Boop. And boop. I think we're gonna give that a shot because our other side project is more or less done, right? Is this a vacuum? That is a vacuum. That's there. They're building things. They can't reach that. Of course not. So I think we're gonna have to break the barracks. I don't want to have to do that, but we are. Do a squat. All right, killer. I hate these, but there's a reason I had you guys, you know, manage my life. Huh. Oh. Okay. Okay. I was wondering why my legs were hurting this morning, and I was like, right, I did like 4 or 5 squats yesterday on stream. This is going to break our barracks buff until we fix this, but... I hate doing that to you, but we are here to help. Yeah, no, absolutely. I want you guys to hit me with squats and hydrates. I'm not a fan of drinking water. I'm not a fan of doing exercise. But these are the things I need to do to get myself back to where I need to be. All of my best efforts, I basically undid them myself because last night I went and got sweets. You guys really do kind of suck as duplicants, huh? I'm about to get another cup of coffee or energy drink. Ooh. Coffee, coffee, coffee! I still have coffee left over in my cup here. I'm debating whether or not I should even drink it. It's just a habit at this point. Pip keeps planting. This always happens if you're not there to, like, monitor. The Pip will just keep planting in the spot you need to build. So, the 2 days we were moving, I couldn't finish the coffee I made for both Laz and I. Well, you guys had a lot going on, you know? Alright, let's say we were to get 5 people over here. I mean, not real. Let's I don't even know what to say. So, if we go checkpoint, suit dock, suit dock, suit dock, that would be 3 suits. We've got 2 dupes. If we wanted to go 4 and 5, and then a 6th one, I mean, that's a big suit dock, but... And we got to get the suits over here. Like, full on, guys. I'm not even... Now that I know that we're starting a new playthrough on Thursday, and I didn't have any big, you know, grand, flourishing finale for this, I'm just kind of, like, not sure what to do in the last hour here. I'm usually like, let's get some things set up so that next time we can do X, Y, and Z. And right now I kind of feel like, well, there is no next time. Maybe we fix that. I don't even know. Choose heads for coffee and tails for energy drink. I choose you, Pikachu. All right, let's do it. Let's sort out this problem. That's not a choice? Well, I cheated, I guess. Change up the plan a little bit. We'll put a pump on either side. I mean, if I had a die, I would happily roll it, or a coin, I would happily roll it for you. Oh, okay. So I'll pick heads for coffee, tails for energy drink. How about that? I'll go for energy drink. All right. You do you, killer. Sorry if I wasn't helpful. I mean, I'm sorry that I wasn't helpful. I was definitely not helpful there. I'm like, I don't know, it's beyond our scope to try and fix this problem. Yeah, that took all of, like, what, fucking 30 goddamn seconds, Nether? Get your head out of your ass. Can you guys can do whatever you want, you just don't have anything to do. Alright, so dock, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, let's say 6 suit docks, long term. If we're planning, let's say we have a team of 5 here. A team of 5 is a pretty decent team. For the planet in theory. So 7 tiles gives us a space, suit dock, 5, or a space, checkpoint, 5 things, and then another space. And then so what we're going to do is we're going to do our first room separation right there. We've already broken this thing, so X to background buildings. We're just going to go across here. Like that. We're also going to dig this up. Just ruining morale across the board. Still haven't bothered to set up any type of food source over here. More realistically than not, I would just ship over food when it gets dodgy. I'd probably send over... I guess I'd send over pickled meal. So I'll leave those in place. There shouldn't be anything that lands over here. We could eventually, like, mess with the shape of this. So we might do that, but for now, we've stopped our slicksters from drowning. I do kind of want to fix this, actually. Alright. Also, this no longer serves a purpose. Not sure where we're going to pull our crude and stuff from, but I didn't think anything ahead, so we'll just let it be what it is. Just so long as the slicksters aren't dying, we'll be happy, right? Okay, so we learned something today, and it's important. Let's go with petroleum and crude. Copy settings, paste settings. So any of that on the map will wind up down there. Actually, we're going to set these to sweep only. I do like having little buckets of stuff around. It was getting a little tired for a second there. But could definitely use to have some around. In fact, we're going to mop the petroleum that's there, just so we have a few buckets of the stuff for other projects. Now, the funny thing is, 10 rock stars for 99 cents. Jesus, you trying to have a heart attack? I mean, says the guy who drinks espresso as a cup of coffee. The issue we're having with liquids layering on top of each other is because down here it's about 89 degrees. Up here we're at 123, up here we're at 140. The issue being that the oil coming out of the oil reservoirs is actually cooler than the room is. As insane as it sounds, this thing is cooling this area. So when water does wind up dropping down here, it has a hard time going back to the gaseous state because see how it's sitting there right at like 101? It wants to heat up from the air next to it, but it's cooling down because this oil is coming out at 97. So we're perpetually stuck. There it goes. It just flashed to steam right in front of our eyes as I was talking about it. And so that's what's up with that whole situation. One kilo, 17 kilos. How about you? I want you to come over here. Yeah, it is going to take a lifetime for this aqua tuner to actually cool down that crude. Never used crude as coolant. We're going to see how bad it is. 88.3. It was at 88.4 a second ago. 88.2, so it's working. It's not working incredibly fast, but it's working. We do have polluted oxygen off-gassing again. Hydrate. I can hydrate, Aya. Thank you very much. Cheers. Absolutely wonderful. Okay, so over here, as far as filters, we're looking for like legitimately everything except liquefiable, basically. And then the other one was consumable ore. We don't know anything that can off-gas or melt going through this system. Not that that would be a thing, but this will be a way to clean up and cool down all of our resources over here. Photoshop! What's going on? Guys, Photoshop doesn't stream, but is a wonderful artist. If you want to check them out, please head over to either my Discord or any of the others that they're a part of, and go check out their artwork. How you doing today, Photoshop? What's the good word in your neck of the woods? Now we get to see if this rail system actually works. Well, after I queue up a little bit more work over here. Yeah, we're going to see why it's a bad idea to use oil as a coolant right here. It's working. $89.4. There's a lot of mass to cool down. Between what's in here having to get cooled down inside the liquid reservoir, the mass of liquid inside here, and then what's on the rails, this is going to take an absolute eternity to do the job. This aqua tuner is yanking out, I mean, it is 14 degrees, right? Coming in at 87, coming out at 74. We're going to lose a lot of our room bonuses and might end up with a bit of stress over here, so... We are getting some visual glitches. Back to watching Elite Pro playing Ani, even though I know nothing about the game. Thank you, I appreciate the compliment. I don't know what I'm doing. I just do things. I'm like a dog chasing cars. Okay, so we plan for bedrooms. 3, 4, 5, 6. The Limbo Pip. Yeah, no, he lives there forever now. Alright, I guess we let them sleep and we work on fixing our other problems, right? This actually worked out super awesome. Right off the bat, so excellent. I'm going to break our farm over here for a minute. Yeah. Pipes can go too. Why didn't I do this from the beginning? I was so obsessed with having the stuff roll over here into this corner that I didn't see how perfect this was. Even the ladder lines up directly with this blob of neutronium, so it's like twin over here. Plus, this doesn't matter. It's not a room, so like we don't have to close this in, anything like that. I just feel silly right now. It's like, well, duh, this was the obvious good idea. But I guess it takes making some mistakes to figure out what you did wrong, I guess, right? Now, an argument for making an even bigger chill tank, which we could have done. We could have easily taken this over more. We're just messing around today. Cozy hindsight, exactly. A good argument for making a better chill tank is the fact that we have all of this stuff along the bottom that I'd like to chill before it goes in here. Now, the thing is, at this point in the game, even like, again, we're starting a new playthrough, but we could theoretically dump hot stuff into our storage and not really worry about it. It's not so hot. Down here, we're at like 70 to 80 degrees down here. So it's not the worst thing in the world as far as affecting our main temperature stuff. But we don't want dirt going into our base hot, because the dirt is what feeds the mealwood. And so if we have hot dirt going in here, it's going to wind up screwing up our mealwood farms, which screws up our Dreco farms, which means we don't get plastic, which means we can't do all the good things. So we're going to do things and stuff and stuff and things. It's going to allow us to reshape this room a little bit. So this is not a ranch currently because we broke out all these tiles, but they'll get that going. Slowly but surely this should drain out because we've got 2 pumps going. There should only ever be about a full pipe's worth of crude coming into this equation. We're now swapping out some of the crude coming from our slicksters to molten, so we're getting petroleum directly. Either way, it doesn't matter. The crude's all going in here to get processed. The petroleum is getting sorted directly in here. Gradually, we're just going to have more and more and more of everything. So that is the story. And over here, we're just on a slow roll. We're Jesus. Speaking of slow roll, I am absolutely screwing this up. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. So we could build the suit docks out of lead if we really wanted to. How much copper do we have? 3.85 tons. So, okay, on some real shit, let's take a look at the temperature over here. I don't think I'm willing to send over copper. We've got plenty of aluminum over here, so some things can eventually get made out of aluminum. Let's airflow tile there, airflow tile there. Let's break this. Break that. I guess we'll break that as well and slap in an airflow tile there as well. Turning their nice shaped little building into a freaking total square. Aw, the Pip is mewing. I didn't even know they did that. Hello, Pip. Alright, back over here at Butino. I just love this piping system. I know this looks like a complicated knot, probably to everybody except me. But the fact that I set this up so that everything can get filtered through and that we have access to use both crude or petroleum in whichever direction we want makes me very, very happy. It is a really nice organizational system. It might be difficult to follow, but it provides options, and I am nothing if not an option slut. I mean, slowly but surely this is working. It might not be the best coolant, but the stuff's coming out cooler and cooler and still coming back in. So it is sucking temperature out, whatever that means. 83.6. Yeah, there's just a lot of mass to cool down. That's going to take time to actually spin up properly. Watoni. I mean, theoretically, we could build plastic beds. I suppose we should go in here and actually, like... I don't care about fertilizer. Oxalate, lime, refined carbon, rust, salt. Those are things we could track. Don't care about that on the list. Dirt, clay... I guess we should really be looking at the calories. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I've legitimately just fallen off into a stupor of like, I have no idea what's going on. None of this matters. None of this matters. 15 calories. We got 7.5 days of food. So we really do need to get a farm going. Or send them something. Maybe let's check the refrigerator on the other side. What do we have calorie-wise over here? Gristleberry, 119,000 kcal. We could feed them some gristleberry. Should we... The problem is they don't have a deep freeze over there. You know what? No. When we get a deep freeze, yes, that would be exactly what we would do. So, let's talk turkey about some way to do something or another. I guess we need some sort of... Okay, so we need a farm. And... For when it's seen later, I was referring to the pipe sorting on the main planet. Is that a dot of petroleum stuck? Yes, yes it is. It was definitely a dot of petroleum. We're gonna do that. And that. We're going to deconstruct and move that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. All right, we've more or less got some good systems going into place here. What I was talking about with the suit docks, Atmosuit checkpoint, we're going to wind up putting that there. But until we do, let's real quick, because we're going to need to get suits over here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I like to have 3 when it comes down to 2 dupes. I like to have 1 more than the number of dupes on the planet. Reason being that unforeseen things. Also, we like to set up our automation before we set up the checkpoint. That way we can have them continue to build, but still have the checkpoint in place. Yeah. Those are words and things and stuff. This will temporarily break the nature reserve, but we got to get this built properly because we want to build farms over here. We don't have to get it built properly, but why the hell not? Yep, that's gradually going down in temperature. It's going to take an absolute boatload of time. So in order for this to be the right size, it would have to go all the way over to here, minus this neutronium as well. So we're going to get rid of that, and then we need to come up with a way to add more tiles to it. So we'll sort that out in just a second, right? So theoretically, that's the build. This doesn't need to be mesh tile. Does it? It does not. It doesn't need to be mesh over here. So we're going to do that. with those 2 missing. So it's going to go down to 93. We need it to be 96. So we're going to just wind up breaking out a couple of tiles. So, like I said, there shouldn't be anything. So if we break out those tiles, that should give us the full 96 for the ranch. Okay, 96 tiles. I mean, theoretically, liquid could go over here, but it's not going to happen. In fact, so much of these insulated tile, these mesh tiles, like all the way over to there, those can go. Same thing. No, because these are coming from the other side. Okay, fantastic. Thank you for lurking, Photoshop. Much appreciated, guys. We're going to be going for about another half hour here. Basically, I think at this point, we're just kind of taking into account everything we've learned from this map. We learned, you know, we've repeated the lesson of giving ourselves a little bit of elbow room, planning ahead, not building temporary things. Like, one of the problems with this area is we kind of built it like some pieces of it were permanent, some pieces of it were temporary, and then switching between the temporary and permanent pieces kind of got us into some trouble here and there. So, more or less, if you can at all avoid it, try to build all of your early game stuff in a spot where it's not going to get in the way. Realistically, we could have done a whole, like, temporary bit over here and then moved this over here if we wanted. It's really hard to gauge what's going to be temporary and permanent. We knew that this was going to be reasonably permanent when we put it in, our air system over here, but we didn't really tame this steam geyser in any type of reasonable way. We did, like, if I don't say it later, have a wonderful evening. Thank you, Killer. We will be here having a wonderful day, evening, night, all those things every day. Every day. All right, it's 81 in that thing. Temperature's coming down. And gradually... yeah, now that we're getting... It's not a lot of crude because we're not fully switched over to molten slicksters yet. But since molten slicksters are the only ones that we're actually hatching now, the entire... These are set to have either slicksters or molten slicksters, and so since we're only incubating molten slicksters now, you guys will notice that the population is gradually starting to see more and more molten slicksters on each side. The danger with all of that is that if we don't have enough molten larva eggs to keep going, we're going to have to swap over a few times. We may run into situations where the transition is always a dodgy thing. But overall, the only side project I really didn't get into today, which is because it requires a lot of micro I don't want to do, we need to make some natural tiles. Just like we did down here, we need to make 6 of those up here for this ranch to start actually ranching pips. But I can't be bothered. The general idea, because let's talk about the things we learned. I love this Dreco Ranch design. I might use this in the future. I might make some changes and adjustments, but more or less, this farm is just perfect. And I'm going to explain why, because why not? I'm very proud of this design, as well as the stuff down there. When we get the pips in here and we get the arbor trees growing, we'll have 6 arbor trees, which is more than enough to feed a full ranch of pips. Pips will eat the naturally growing arbor trees, so the arbor trees won't cost us any water or dirt or anything like that. They're just free once they're naturally planted. 6 naturally planting arbor trees should be substantially more than what's necessary to feed 8 pips. 8 pips provide just a little bit more dirt than is necessary to feed all of these mealwoods. There are 8 mealwoods per farm, which is just the right amount to take care of our Drecos here for plastic, for our glossy Drecos. So the basic rundown is the pips eat the naturally growing arbor trees, free food. They poop out dirt. The dirt gets picked up and sent along a rail system up to these receptacles. The receptacles will fill up with dirt and then overflow back to our main storage so that we could use it for other purposes. It won't be very much, very small amount, but minorly dirt positive process here. Since the receptacles are holding the dirt, the sweepers can access them and put the dirt into these mealwood for us, so the dupes don't have to do it. Dupes will eventually, inevitably prioritize and grab stuff, even if the sweeper should be doing the job. There's some crazy automation you could set up to stop that, but it's honestly not worth how complex it is. In addition to being able to put the dirt in there, it can grab anything, anywhere on the floor space in this. And that's why I love this design. Most Dreco farm designs you see require at least 2 auto sweepers in the farm for them to work. So the fact that I was able to get this width-wise down to 1 single auto sweeper covering the whole floor, as well as having enough plants for them to eat, that is why I'm so proud of this design. And up here on Bomb Lily, you don't need 8. You only need 6 per ranch. Bomb Lily doesn't cost anything to grow, even when domesticated. So we have 6 Bomb Lily in here and a heater to make sure that the Bomb Lily doesn't drop body temperature. We could have probably put in some temp shift plates to speed up the transition, but now that the place is heated up, it just stays nice and toasty up here. We did insulated tiles between here to try and mitigate the amount of heat that flows down into this section. I think we probably should have insulated here as well, because the body temperature of these Drecos is heating up this area a lot. We could also increase the cooling we do in here. We did hook up a second aqua tuner. So, I do remember we did go in here, right? Oof. Okay. I guess let's do another dot there. Can we do this here? There we go. As I said, we could do more cooling It's just a matter of, like... There are tweaks that we can do to everything. All right, we'll see you when you get back, Barb. There are tweaks we can do to literally everything over here, so we're not going to worry excessively about it. We'll, like I said, we'll take what we learned. So, anyway, that's the theory behind the Pip Ranch. It will be dirt positive. The powered incubator is enough to provide the necessary eggs for each of these ranches. If the critter sensor determines that there's already an egg being incubated in here, it'll close this chute and all the extra eggs will come through into here. Now the dupes can still access this, so if anything wonky happens, they can grab a pip egg out of there and put it into the incubator so we don't run out of pips. The idea being that this just keeps cycling and keeps giving us dirt and keeps our mealwood fed to keep giving us plastic. We're turning nothing into plastic and dirt. Like dirt positive, plastic positive process, basically. The Dreco farms, like I said, this thing can see everything to grab whatever it needs, whether it's dirt for the plants or plastic to send down to storage, or the eggs from the Drecos. The eggs from the Drecos do the same thing as the Pip Ranch does. They come over. If there's not an egg you're already incubating in here, this will be open and drop an egg in here. The sweeper will put it in because it's powered, and bam, we always have an egg incubating. As soon as it's in there, this closes. Extra eggs flow into this, which it doesn't look like it, but this is technically a ranch. The grooming station is disabled because we don't care about grooming these guys. These guys are just here to get sheared for their reed fiber and their plastic. So they get sheared at this thing at a very high priority. Same thing that happens down here also happens up here with the regular Drecos. At the moment, our overflow ranch is just regular Drecos. You see that the eggs are sitting right here. There's 46 of them. So this is not an efficient way to do meat because you want these little drowning evolution chambers. If you look in here, we have 83 larva eggs. Longhair 3. Basically, we're just... Every egg that gets made here goes up here, and if they don't have a space in the incubators, they drown and turn into meat, which is how you're able to keep a steady supply of meat. Now, that was up to 160 something at one point, so with the glitches and all these systems down here, we've lost a handful of eggs, but we've got a pretty decent buffer of almost 4 million barbecue. There's no reason to be worried about any of that nonsense. And so all of this results in... Now, we do have stuff in here to grab meat and to grab all the other items. You'll notice this is one of the cleanest spots in our base as far as debris. And that's because these sweepers are picking up anything and everything that falls on the ground. If it's an egg, it goes through our egg filtering system so that we always have stuff incubating. And if it's anything other than an egg, it gets picked up and the meat gets sent down to our ingredients and all the other stuff gets sent down to our storage. I don't like this storage or this evolution hatch chamber thing here. All of this needs to be reworked entirely. But it is what it is. It's not going to happen in this playthrough realistically. If it does, it'll be off camera because we're going to start that other playthrough. That all being said, our second planet... If we were going to continue this, our second planet's coming along really nicely. I know it looks like we haven't done a lot, but we've got air coming in from our first planet. We've got a method for dealing with carbon dioxide that doesn't require us to have water above temperature. We're just going to store it for now, in theory. We've insulated our bees against the heat from this side. We've insulated ourselves against the cold from this side. The next step in this whole equation, more or less, would be to get these dupes into these suit docks, right? Sorry. We flipped the switch so we can build that. And this is the thing. It'll surprise you how much a couple of dupes can get done. We keep going over to do little minor things on the other planet, and by the time we come over, there's not enough work queued up for them. So I think the suits would definitely be the primary thing that we're looking to sort out in this on this planet. But at the same time, we could also get into well, what we could get into is fixing the broken nature reserve for sure. We're gonna get over here, plant, copy settings. We've got 7 out of the 10 we need, plus we've got some wild food still. One of the other things we could be doing to deal with the fact that we don't have a lot of calories is digging towards cracks, but given the fact that we could easily just ship over food from the other planet, the bigger thing would be getting a freezer, which is a synergistic thing. The reason that suit docks become the most important thing to us right now is once we get the suit docks in place, we can start working on our geothermal power plant, which would also act as a steam room for our cooling loop. We could run an aqua tuner to cool the base and the steam turbines and just have power and cooling. So we get the suit docks. That'll allow them to breathe when they go over to this side. We insulate all the way down so the bees keep all of their chill, just a little chill bee pocket over here. And then we start construction on a geothermal power plant like the one we were designing at the beginning of stream. And that will give us power and the ability to dump heat somewhere so that we can maintain the temperature of our base. That will require us to have any number of materials, but all of that is being produced on our starting planet. We can start shipping back, in theory, materials. Like over here, we've got 9.2 tons of aluminum. We don't have a lot of this other stuff on this planet, so let's take anything off the list that's not over here yet. Okay, now one of the things we need over here in theory, so let's just keep playing as if we're going all the way here. We need an exosuit forge. It doesn't quite fit there. We don't want it in there. We're going to make it out of lead, so it'll be problematic if it overheats. But does that fit there? Holy shit. Boom. There we go. So we'll put an exosuit forge in there for repairing stuff. So this brings us back to what we would need to do to fully colonize this planet. And that really does come back to our first planet over here. What we need is... oh, we're out of fossil. That's why the steel production is slowed down. We need to crack in here to get all this fossil, and we need to continue. So the eggshell thing is where most of our lime is going to be coming from, theoretically. Poke shell molts as well, which is why I got the poke shells. So right now, whenever any of these eggs crack anywhere in all of these ranches, the eggshells wind up over here and eventually. And that's why ranching is super powerful. You can, not only do you get good food out of it, good resources, as far as like reed fiber, plastic, petroleum, blah, 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 you also get the eggshells that you can crush up into lime. It's a very long process to get enough lime out of eggshells, but if you have a large enough scale of stuff for ranching, it'll be enough to trickle in over time. We've got 14.15 tons of steel. It just popped over. And at the beginning of the stream, we shipped over 5 tons of steel over here. Yeah, we've got 5 tons of steel. Printables. Good call. Good call. Let's see what's on the list here. Medicine, excavation, machinery. No. I do not take bottomless stomach or building impaired dupes. We so don't need the wild animals, but I can't resist wild animals. We don't need the mallows. I mean, I guess in theory... if we were going hard into decor, we could get all the different plant types going, you know, that type of jam, but that's not where we're at the moment, so let's not worry too much about it. And even though none of this stuff is chill, this is the concept of the chill tank. This stuff will continue to rotate and exchange temperature with the crude that's in here. The only problem we're having is that we haven't chilled down the liquid in here yet. We are looking at 78.4. Considering it went in at about 85 and we've yanked 10 degrees out of it, given that we have 3.5 tons in the tank plus the stuff that's in here, it's actually pretty good. Crude oil is a terrible coolant. Don't ever do this. If you're going to make a chill tank, find a way to at least get water in there. Water can freeze to ice and it's not even a big deal. Definitely don't use it in your cooling loop. You should definitely use polluted water at the worst, or at the... If you're not using space materials and you're just using whatever you have lying around, I would say polluted water is your best bet. We're kind of not doing great on polluted water on this planet because our only sources of polluted water are basically the bathrooms and the petroleum generators, which are all boiling off to steam so we can have dirt and steam. So that's why I'm not going crazy on that. The other reason that I didn't bother trying to put water in here is that we're building it inside of our steam box. So we run into the problem that anything in here is going to heat up to the steam box before we close it up. That's why we've got such a big cooling job to do. If we had put it in down here, what we could have done is bricked this all in from this side and then dug it all out from that side. And now it's in the base that's temperature controlled, and we could have just dumped water in from this side and bing, bang, boom. But I didn't like the way that looked over there. I like having the aqua tuners up close to the steam turbines. I prefer to have them in steam as opposed to having them... I didn't finish that thought, did I? Nope, didn't finish that thought at all. Let's move you over there. We can break that stuff. I'm a very single planet type player. I think me and Vanilla Ani would have gotten along really well. When I got the game, Spaced Out was already out. I bought the bundle. So I've been playing Spaced Out since the beginning, but I watched a lot of the vanilla playthroughs that Francis did. And my brain is very oriented towards making one really badass base. And I think I've more or less accomplished that here. I love this planet. And honestly, if I was playing this playthrough off camera, if this was a full off camera playthrough, I might not even be on my second planet already. Because I would probably want to have every single natural tile mined out, all of the geysers, oil fissures, volcanoes, everything put to use, basically. One way or the other, just have everything put to use. So much of this is so good, but I just want it to be that next level of good. You know what I mean? Even little things like, you know how we just changed the shape of this? I hate the way this looks. So what we could do is we could fill that in, and then we could like break tiles out here and kind of like adjust the shape of this farm a little bit as well. Like we need 3 tiles, so we could theoretically break out this tile, and then maybe stack it up so they all look the same, you know, going up to here, because this can completely be messed with to change the shape and size of everything. So there's a lot of little bits and pieces. I'm a big fan of small side project cleanup things. It's something that I really love, and I love tiny little trickle systems as well. This trickle system of clay over here might not have been able to get us where we needed to go as quick as we needed to get there, which is why we threw together this system down here. But over here, we're going to have access to absolute boatloads of polluted water. This cool salt slush geyser over here is going to output salt, but this polluted water vent over here, this is going to give us polluted water. So that's going to turn into, as far as our clay farming, quote unquote, that's what we would have over here. We would more or less have a clay farm. We'd probably be pumping a full pipe of water back to the other planet for whatever uses we could find for it. There's always use for water on planets, so we'd probably with 4 geysers here, there'd probably be a full pipe going over there, another full pipe going into oxygen and hydrogen production over here, which we may end up pumping back there if we wanted to go above 16 dupes on that planet. Also, we could pump it over there for the sake of turning it into liquid oxygen so that we could pilot larger rockets like large tank petroleum rockets and get some real distance out of it. Now, we can't even really... Like, this whole thing is a insane mess, because in theory, we need the suits to make the geothermal, but we need the geothermal to make the power to run the suits, which is the way all of this works, right? Now, over here on Butino, if we go to all, and we say Atmo suits, 12 units, and I don't think that counts stuff that they're wearing or that's on the rack. So... how do we have this set? We have this set to 1 kilo, and that puts 1 Atmos suit in there, right? So if we copy settings and paste settings, go over here, and instead of 1 kilo, let's say we do 5 kilos, right? That'll bring us over 5 suits. Now, just in case Past Nether really had this on lock to the exact number, it's not that much copper, is it? 300 kilos, so 1.5 tons of copper. Ick. You know what? Not going to worry about it. Not going to worry about it. What we will do is we'll get 5 suits sent over to the other side. I think we did overproduce suits, so that's fine. The other thing we would need to do is get some reed fiber over there for repairs. We've got 152 units of reed fiber, so I'm not 100% sure how much a single piece of reed fiber you gotta be kidding me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, okay. So what we're gonna do is now, same thing. Atmo suit. Then we're gonna come over here, disable that, and now that thing should send over Atmo suits to the other planet. And this is why it was so important to find the receiver on that side. Now, I'm going to put this down to 1 kilo, because again, I'm not sure how much reed fiber weighs. So let's see how much 1 kilo of reed fiber is in that bucket. Box, bucket, whatever, doesn't matter. And we're down to 75 degrees in our crude oil chill tank. Nonsense. Who the hell uses oil to freaking chill things? Okay, so these guys are twiddling their thumbs. What can we have them do? What can we have them do? I mean, I'd rather not release hydrogen into our base. But I would actually like to get some pipe work done. And it's cold as fuck down here, so let's queue up some insulated tiles right across here, right? Now, normally I'll make this this bathroom 5 tall or 4 tall, but I'm not going to bother getting the natural tile done here. What we will do is set up some of the plumbing. We're going to go with insulated, just because, given the nature of this planet, I'm going to err on the side of caution when it comes to temperature. We're going to do that type of situation. I'm going to cancel that just for a hot second. Liquid pipe wise, normally I'd go, like I said, go up a little further, but we're just going to go up to here, bring it over. Hey, Tachyon. Is it dinner time, buddy? Is that what's going on? Hiya, buddy. Come here. Tack wants to come and say hi, guys. Hi and bye from the kitty boy. Who's a good kitty boy? You are. Come here. He's a good boy. Look at him. cheap viewers on my butthole. Let's do a little ban hammer. Bloop. So, I guess to the people watching the VODs, this is going to be the last day of the Cozy Colony. We got to come up with a name for our next one. Or, like I said, a theme. Maybe we'll just call it the Icebox. We'll do the Chill Colony next. Canada Colony? Perfect. Hey, buddy. Can Papa have like 5-10 minutes? No? Alright. We're doing the rest of stream with Kitty on shoulder, so if mouse movements are slow, it's because I'm playing the game one-handed at the moment. Yeah, petroleum is actually going up in our infinite storage now, which is exactly what we wanted for switching over. So here's what's up, right? Going over the math again, I know I've talked about this multiple times, but for anybody, again, watching the VOD or lurking out there or who's newer to the game, when you pump in the water into these oil reservoirs, in theory, they all give a third of a kilo, or a third, 333.3 kilos. So about a full pipe of 10 kilos per second, right? The problem is that they have downtime when they need to be serviced, so you wind up closer to like the 9.5 kilo situation. But you're burning that stuff off in the form of petroleum to feed slicksters, and then the slicksters, they poop out a bit of crude, and so that crude makes up the difference. So it's this whole nice little loop where the slicksters augment the crude, so you have a full pipe of crude, so you have a full pipe of petroleum, so you can burn off the petroleum to get back the water to put into the reservoirs and get the carbon dioxide to feed the slicksters to keep the, you just there's a loop. You know, it takes a little while to onboard that loop when you're doing a colony, but that is the loop. And so at the moment we're trying to switch over because we're burning a full pipe of petroleum. And again, if the person who came in was like, why are you doing that? I feel like I snapped at that person. I did not mean to. I was just trying to like be straightforward with my explanation and just get right to it. Again, I apologize if you're still out there, and to anybody else watching. I try to be more chill than that, but it was just like it caught me off guard, and I was just trying to like be concise with my answer, and I felt a little rude afterwards. So again, I apologize. But anyway, that's the loop we're working with. The cool thing is with these extra ones down here, in theory, we can start pumping and getting those going, but we don't want to pump water into them to get them going, because at that point, we're not going to get the extra overflow that I want. We're already in a situation where this thing hasn't quite stabilized to the point where we're getting overflow going into our main water area up here, which makes me nervous. I mean, maybe it happened and I haven't noticed yet, but it makes me nervous. So now we have a spot to sweep that stuff too. Okay, and now that should be vacuum in there. Excellent. So we can actually now kill this door finally. I've been wanting to get rid of this thing forever. Now most of our floors are a little higher up, so we're gonna shift that down, make a little bit of an awkward style floor here, but more or less that's now sorted. We're going to get rid of the excess insulated tiles. See, with games like this, like I mentioned earlier, I love a good cleanup project. I could literally play this game for like 2 or 3 hours every day just doing little, like, moving blocks around. Once your colony is stable, I find it really fun to clean up the map. One of the big reasons I wanted this chill tank is because I'd like to, in theory, get the whole map swept up, you know? Like, there's just so much debris all over the place. Like I said, we're running cooling pipes over to our main storage. So you see how it's kind of toasty over here? This is one of the reasons our cooling loop is working as hard as it is. But it's not really super important, I suppose. So, you know what? Just because it doesn't matter. None of this matters. Let's take off liquefiable and critter eggs. And let's just kind of let's do a sweep along the whole bottom of the map here. Because, like I said, we've got enough cooling power. That doesn't really matter. We just, like I said, we just don't want hot dirt going in here. We can brute force the cooling on some stuff now, but we don't want hot dirt. Going into our farms up here. Which would more or less be dealt with if I was willing to do the pip farm stuff, but, you know, we're not quite there yet. Or I don't feel like dealing with it is a better representation of that. So this system back here, we're going to get into a... This is going to be, in theory, a classic system, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to drag... I never connect stuff to start, right? We're going to drag this back over here. We're going to go into refinement, grab ourselves a water sieve, because that's the stage of this game we're at. Now, we're probably going to have to overflow into bristleberry because we can just grab that from the main place. Do we want to have anything else go on over here? The output is the one that's going to overflow because we're going to do a clean water overflow because we don't have thimble reed. We've done this entire playthrough with 0 thimble reed. So let's say this would go here. So we would put that there. Bring this over. I learned my lesson to leave at least 3 spaces. Bring this up. We'll cancel that because we will go all the way up to here on this side. I'm doing insulated tiles. You know what? We don't need insulated tiles. We kind of do. We're just gonna do those as insulated tiles. The rest we can leave natural tiles. But then we're gonna go over into food, grab our hydroponics tiles, and we're gonna slap down 1, 2, 3, right there, right? Then we're gonna grab our water sieve, and since our output is the one that's overflowing, we're going to do it like that. You can adjust it accordingly, but all of our water is going to go in there. Then we're going to have this come out and prioritize the toilets. The cool thing about where this is right now is that if we go like that, and grab this guy right here, we do that, and now we can come through there and bam, into there. The reason I left the space is we're going to slap down a storage bin for sand. Now, I could have been really particular and tried not to let any hydrogen into our base, but even if you look over here, we've got random bits of hydrogen up here, random bits of hydrogen up here. It's just kind of the nature of what happens. Stuff inevitably just kind of gets backed up all over the place. So, how did I feel about this playthrough? Because we are at the end of stream now, and let's do like a playthrough wrap-up. I feel really good. Especially the fact that we fixed this today. That probably would have been my one regret is having this system not be efficient enough and drowning the slicksters that were down here. I think the fact that it was a reasonably quick fix, that makes me feel really good about the way we're ending this out. This whole volcano thing right next to the base, not a good idea, but I really liked it. I loved the idea that our dupes are living right here, and there's a volcano with a magma tank right here. If anything goes wrong, it could totally cook our base at any time. There's something just so nice about that. Other thing, the industrial sauna, as far as mechanics wise, it's pretty similar to everything I've done in the past, so nothing really to write home about there. Using radiant pipe here so that the temperature of the petroleum can cook the polluted water was an upgrade that I had never thought about until we made a mistake earlier, so that was one lesson I'll take with me. We still do wind up with the occasional polluted oxygen off-gassing, but I suspect the reason for that is that because it wasn't happening until we started doing more metal refinement, and these were kicking on for the sake of cooling down the room, as opposed to kicking on to deal with the pressure. And when that happened and we were dumping more water back in, that's when we started getting the polluted water situation again. So if I had to wager a guess, I would say that the the 95-degree water coming in here, it hits a tile, but it's still, you can see a drop right there. That drops down and adds just enough chill down here that the polluted water gets an opportunity to off gas. So what I would change about this next time is that I wouldn't allow it to roll off and go down. I'd put like a little scoopy bit somewhere in here. Maybe like legitimately just, you know, do that and delete that tile, or make it probably a little wider for safety's sake. So it would be something like that with mesh tiles here. So these could be on top of it. Obviously, whatever fits. This is ugly as sin, but that way the water stays here rather than going down and interfering with that. And I wonder if that would be the last piece of the puzzle, because we do have this pump going and filtering out non-steam. The steam comes back into the vent, non-steam gets dumped into space, which includes the polluted oxygen. If you want to be super efficient, you could actually sort that gas further, use the polluted oxygen, dump it back in here somewhere to turn it into clay, so we're not running 100% efficiency because we are dumping waste gas into space. Overall, this system is absolutely phenomenal. I love the way we did the overflow. As complicated as the piping looks, basically the way we set up our priorities to fill the reservoirs and then overflow into an infinite storage, this took forever to get this dialed in the way I wanted. The SPOM came out great. I mean, it's, you know, we don't standardize anything. We usually make one for the space, and this came out great. I've watched Julie a few times, and she does way better at throwing together SPOMs than I do, so I'm going to take some inspiration there. We had to redo this infinite liquid storage because I made some mistakes in thinking forward ahead, but now that there's 2 pumps and 2 vents, it works great. This thermal injector setup does the trick. Totally something I saw Francis do. Never understood why you didn't... Oh, thank you, Julie. Never understood why you didn't want your water to go down to a more usable temperature, but the reason is because you pump 95-degree water into these electrolyzers. Their max temperature is around 75 degrees. That's where they stabilize no matter what temperature you put in. So if you put in 95 degrees water, you're actually deleting about 20 degrees of heat with this system, and then we cool down our oxygen on our cooling loop, so that works great. So all in all, this came together nice. I like that the thermal injector is right next to the thermal regulator for our ice box. This kitchen is a little awkward. I'd change the way we did that if we had more planning. Also, the fact that we have to have another steam turbine up here kind of bugs me. In an ideal world, we would have been able to route the cooling for both of these systems to use this steam box for efficiency of space. But, you know, whatever, an extra steam box never killed it. An extra steam box and steam turbine never killed anybody. We never quite got a permanent radiation setup. Using manual rad bolt generation is just one of the slowest, most tedious ways to get your rad bolt research. But we didn't need anything crazy done, and we were playing it slow and steady because of the nature of the playthrough. I have always loved this bedroom design where you have them get into the suits. When I learned this from Sudsy when I first started playing the game on stream, I was like, that's fucking cool. It took me forever to understand how to do door priorities and make sure that Atmos suits got delivered and we didn't wind up with any problems. We had a few minor things happen, but throwing in these sweepers with a backup thing over here has been absolutely wonderful. Reed fiber times 1 at 1 kilo. I want to test this real quick. So we're looking at reed fiber on our screen at 156 units. If we clear this, hopefully we didn't send all of our Atmos suits. I don't think we did. We go in here and we go reed fiber. Now, 156. $155. So reed fiber is 1 kilo per unit. So in theory, what we would want to do is come in here, reed fiber, and we'd probably want to send over probably around, let's say 50 kilos. That would be almost like a lifetime supply of reed fiber, right? We would kill the filter settings on this so it doesn't automatically pump over our whole supply. 50 kilos of reed fiber would be godly amount for 2 or 3 dupes running over there. Other things I like about this playthrough, this whole system of being efficient with our toilet water, turning it into clay. If we had gotten this up way earlier, it would have been a different story. This is the first time I tried this layered filtration system. Learned this from Flower and Emily and whoever else was talking to me about it. Really love the way this works. And the priority overflow, where we give the overflow water to our researcher, then give the polluted water overflow to our clay generation, and then finally, if all of it backs up, we send it over to the hydroponics farm to be eaten, whether it's thimbleweed or bristleberry. It's just a matter of changing the overflow. We're doing bristleberry because we don't have any thimbleweed. Love that. This nature reserve design, this is more or less what I do on every playthrough, is I put the nature reserve before the Great Hall. This is the first time I did a maximum sized one. The fact that we put bristleberry in here means that we have floral sense, and it's probably one of the prettiest places on our map. Our dupe bedrooms are nicely pretty. This is the decor overlay. It is ugly as sin over here because it's our industrial area. We could also do a lot of stuff to try and counteract that a little bit. Definitely spaces like this would eventually get spammed with statues just to make every little bit count. We've got space in the bathroom, so we could totally go in and like, we left space so that we could do that. Right? We could do backing tiles. There's a lot of decor bombing we could absolutely do. But more or less, we're starting to look good. Standard issue hatch ranch with a few minor modifications to get around the chlorine geyser. I like this duplicate gym thing. I've always done a duplicate gym and a gym barracks, but I've never combined them into a single floor. The only reason this looks kind of awkward is we had to train a nyctophobic, so they had to have a door with a light, and I never bothered going back and fixing it. This hatching room slash evolution chamber is a bunch of jank. We never did an official sorting system and storage system, but this is more or less a basic one. I like this hatchery idea. This is enough to sustain, I think, all of these. I think we might need 1 or 2 more of these. I'd like to expand upon this design in a later playthrough. I'm really digging this as a hatchery layout. And that being said, you could do the same thing for, like, if you were keeping stone and regular hatches, you could do a similar thing. What I like about this is that this thing can grab meat or eggs, and it can put it into any of these hatcheries. Now, I think it only needs to see the left bottom tile, so we could, in theory, slap down another hatchery here, and that should sort us out. It does create an awkward shape, so I may noodle with this a little bit in a debug map, see if I could come up with something more along the lines of space efficiency of this. I couldn't figure out how to make this any more space efficient. I wanted it to be nicely squared off. I was actually even a little bit bummed that we didn't have anything that we could put up here. In theory, what we could do with that is we could square this off, right? And then backfill that and just hang a bunch of potted plants up here for extra decor. If you're really, you know, anal about your squares. Also, with the Draco farms, with everything. If we get to a certain point in a playthrough, we're always going to spam in decor. If we have enough metal, we're going to throw up metal and reed fiber. We're going to throw up paintings. Eventually, we throw in backing plates everywhere because they add a little bit of decor. And any space that's not taken up, we throw in statues. The well design and the petroleum boiler design are Francis John's, so it's not, I've used them before. I'll use them again. They're really solid, been solid for a while. I will probably check out some of the more modern petroleum boiler setups at one point, because I've been told there are more efficient ones, and if they're more efficient / easier to use, I'd love it. I do like this. I like slapping on the infinite storage on the bottom. Now, we've been talking a lot about infinite storage, and I also like this infinite gas storage. I probably would move this somewhere else that's more easily accessible. There's just kind of too much gas pipe spaghetti in here. This is something I think I could do a lot of improving upon, especially if we didn't have the infinite gas storage here. I think it would work out a lot nicer. But that being said, we're using infinite storage because it's not a challenge. If I was doing a challenge playthrough, I probably wouldn't allow infinite storage, but the cozy casual vibes, we're going to do that. In step with that, this whole sorting system down here that allows us to filter in stuff. Both liquids get filtered in, plus we have overflow outputs. If I wanted to make this more robust, we would just actually send over 2 pipes to 2 separate ones, just in case the pipes conflicted. I don't think we'd ever run into that problem. More or less, we just want to make sure that crude goes here, petroleum goes here, and any other liquids don't. That's why this tank is temporary. We talked about nudging this design a little bit, making some efficiency changes, and then moving this tank over here is this is kind of a dead space. This is where we would have expanded our power grid had we wanted to double up on the petroleum boiler using the other volcano. This is a system I've put together a few times, different scales in different playthroughs, so I really kind of had an idea what I wanted to do already. We could absolutely use the same trick as we used up here to mitigate our gases and not have to do this whole gas sorting thing, so there are ways to make this more efficient. Also, if we were to spread this out to be wider, instead of having this be 6 wide, if we'd have made this the whole width of over here, we would have been producing a lot more clay a lot quicker. I know that because I did a similar thing on an old playthrough where on the second planet all of the random polluted water that wasn't getting used, like the overflow polluted water, was basically on a long tray. The tray was probably about half the size. It was like that, and it was up in space with 2 backing tiles, and so the space was just sucking the liquid away because it's a vacuum. But before it would get to space, there was a massive row of deodorizers, and all of that was automated, and the clay was getting sent back to the main planet to get processed. So, love this Draco / Pip Ranch design. Very efficient as long as you've got the power to power the incubators. Love the way we did priority on all of our piping, even though it took us a lifetime down here in our steam chamber. Love the whole everything. Basically this whole area is probably one of the coolest things I've ever done, other than wanting to integrate these systems. Nice to have the ranches up, and that basically takes us through this run. Other than decor bombing, dialing things in, capturing meteors, that's something that always interests me, is capturing meteors, but we didn't quite get there. Had the DLC not been announced and be coming out, we would have. So that's the thing there. Now, on our second planet, we came here very late. We didn't come down here until last Thursday, I believe it was. We've now got 2 dupes over here. You could definitely get over here a lot faster, but I'm a very single-planet-brained person, as I said before. That's something I've been working on, but it's not something I consider a deficiency. It's just kind of my play style. So this planet I had grand plans for. As we discussed earlier, we had a setup that we wanted to do with a geothermal spike over here, which would probably end up becoming our main filtration system. If I was going to super plan ahead on this, I would probably go with a temporary... If I was going to plan ahead super hard, I would construct a massive system over here. And that system would be for our nuclear reactor, but start as our geothermal power plant, and we would be using the excess heat from both of those to boil all of our water that was coming in that chamber. It would make it slightly less power efficient, but since we've got magma to augment it, eventually the magma will run out, obviously. But by that point, we should have plenty of other systems in place that we could just really go ham on. We could use the trick with the liquid tepodizer to heat up the water and basically get infinite heat because the aqua tuner would just be running nonstop to boil the water. The boiling water would help produce more steam, which would produce enough power to keep the liquid tepodizer. It'd be net negative, but you know we'd be in a good we would be capable of dealing with it if we had a nuclear reactor running, because that's around 8,000, 7,500 in power. There's a ton of water, so we would wind up with a wastewater tank that we would eventually be filtering out. Ideally, we would be collecting all the salt, sending it back to the main planet, breaking it up for sand for filtration medium. Table salt would be a nice added bonus for our mood. And if we could, I'd like to get... So we don't have a renewable source of oxalite or algae on either map, right? But we do have a chlorine vent over here. And we do have polluted oxygen. So if we wanted to start getting into things like geotuning, we could make a puffed farm, which I've never really done a puffed farm. Always tinkered with the idea of doing it, but it's always so much later game than I get to. This would have given us infinite bleach stone, or we could have done a dash of salt vine farm. If we didn't have access to all this water over here, the dash of salt vine farm would be the priority for long-term renewable sand, but since we would be filtering the water, that's not necessary, and we could use it for bleach stone to use for geotuning. Obviously, harvesting the meteors over here would be super dope because there's uranium coming in. There's probably enough uranium on the map to run a nuclear reactor for several thousand cycles. Then there's the meteors. And then if we go into space, somewhere out here in the vast, dark grid, there is probably some uranium, harvestable, mineable uranium things, which we would use to do that. Yeah, all in all, fantastic playthrough. If I decide I want to be messing around off camera with Ani, I'll probably mess around with this, but I've got other addictions at the moment, namely Dyson Sphere program. I like this. This was good. We're going to start the new DLC playthrough on Thursday, and we'll see how long that one goes. I have no intention of making that a challenge playthrough, nor am I 100% sure it's going to be long-term, because we're going to be getting to learn new mechanics. We'll see how we like it as we go. We'll start off as a full chill map colony, and we'll move on from there and possibly do what I want to do, where we create a temperate zone in the middle, a molten side for all of our industrial needs, and a frozen side for all of our frozen critters and plants. I think that's a cool idea. But anyway, we'll get into that on Thursday. Let's do a quick check, see who is streaming. I'd like to rate out at the end of the days. It's a good practice. You know, it keeps you social, keeps everything going. If we look over at Oxygen Not Included, Too Legit is streaming, but who else on our friends list is streaming? Because we've got a few other people that we know. We should spread the love around. Oxygen Not Included. That's not the button I meant to press. Game. Click on the game. Why are you a commercial right now? You know what? Yeah, let's raid over to a new potential friend here. This is Enzarok. We will raid Too Legit again, probably on Thursday if he's playing. On Latel? What is Latel? Later? I'll be on Discord, for sure. I just got to... That was a loud car. Vroom, vroom. We're going to raid over to a new person. This is N0RK. Zero, I guess, is their name. I like his haircut. I like his room, too. Nice looking room. Some plushies in the corner. So, guys, it's been wonderful hanging with everybody. Thank you all for chilling. It was kind of a weird day, because finding out at the beginning that we were done with the playthrough really kind of threw me for a loop, threw off my whole, vibe. So, thank you all for being patient with me. Tomorrow we'll be back on the rim, where we've got a lot of work to get done to clean up. You guys have an amazing night. Take care of yourselves. Be well, and be kind to our new potential friend over here. See you soon. Yeah, we'll keep it on this channel, where you have one mod. If you have one time